Hello there, welcome. Let's see if we can get through today without breaking any more engines. Hope everyone has had a nice day. And we are ready to continue the McLaren save. We're 20 points behind Alpine. Bit worse here than the AlphaTauri one, but we have been unlucky with the parts being kind of eaten by everything. And I am gonna need just a couple of seconds to catch up with the save, because I have been playing a lot of AlphaTauri. Hello everyone, I hope you are ready to see me cry from the past breaking. So for this one we're actually going to be breaking the cost cap for sure. We're in Japan, which means that we have a few races left. We only have 4 million left, so we'll break the cost cap for science here, and at the same time we'll try and do as well as we can. I think we are going to have to work harder to get Alpine, but it's going to be a little bit interesting. Hello Edster, are you here to curse me again? Hello BKK, hello Guido. Side task. In Australia, waiting with your coffee. It's evening time there? Yeah, I'd expect so. But yeah, we're going to continue the McLaren here. Probably going to do 2, 3, maybe 4 races. Depends on how awake I feel and how cooked I'm going to be, because it's super warm. It's Guido, yeah. But as I said, I just need a little bit of a second to see what I am doing. Catch it up. We are going to be focusing on research for sure. Get that rear wing. Let's see, that looks good. Is our warehouse acceptable in terms of storage? Needs a little bit of fixing here, but that is fine. Basically, we have been crashing a lot, so this is not really too surprising. Honestly, I think that my luck with the AlphaTauri so far is mainly due to McLaren taking all the heat. It's not Italian. Yeah, I'm sorry if I butcher the pronunciation of anyone's name. I swear it's not intentional. It's just me being bad with them. So yeah, we do have potential here for. We have already signed Enrico Cardiel, which should make next season a little bit more livable in terms of progress. Head of aerodynamics here, we'll see what we do with him at the end of the season, but for now we're just going to allow his contract, I think, to run out. That is the plan, and then we'll see what we can pick up next season from where we're at. Predicting the sad death of 3 days. A name that's hard to pronounce. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, let's continue here, and I just need to have a little bit of a look here at how we're actually doing on the powertrain components. So we're gonna probably need another ERS. That's for sure. That's not gonna be enough for the end of the season, and I believe it's the same for both cars. Maybe Lando can survive with just one, but it is gonna be rough. The gearbox is probably not enough, so yeah, we'll probably have to still pay a little bit of money for components. So that is going to be interesting. Almost got my level 2 factory. Should help make manufacturing parts easier. Yeah. Honestly, in terms of factory, level 2, level 3 even, is really... I'd say level 2 is the minimum what you need. Level 3, if you're having... Kind of what I'm having, I'm no longer regretting upgrading the factory to level 3, because we are so behind on parts because of all the crashes. So it gives you a little bit more safety, so to speak. What I am thinking about upgrading next, though, is probably this thing, the car part test center. Engine cooling, brake cooling, both of those are quite important stats. This thing gives both drag reduction for rear wing and downforce for the underfloor rear wing front wing. All of them are pretty good. So I think we're going to be good with that. Say it like Guido. Guido. My screen, or is yours out of focus on the stream? It shouldn't be out of focus. This is the same, basically the same setting that I used to record. Could be that YouTube has put down the quality a bit, I'm thinking, but yeah, the there shouldn't be any issues. Currently doing AlphaTauri with the upper share. Your videos have a lot. I'm happy. I'm glad that you're finding them useful. Yeah, so the control stat thing is actually a sponsorship. Sponsorship still works like they did 22. And because of the extreme increase in costs to pass this year, some of these sponsorships are sponsor penalties. For instance, this one isn't that bad. It's just reduced experience. This one is pretty bad too. It's reduced pit crew, performance. And there is another one that just gives minus control stat for a driver, and that one is pretty bad. For instance, on AlphaTauri, it's linked to Tsunoda and brings his control stat down to about 50. So you can imagine for those 5 races that he will be doing crashes and spins. And so far in the AlphaTauri that we've been incredibly lucky by just having him do those shenanigans when no cars are around him. So that's been really good. But that is basically just the sponsorships causing problems. Refurbishing probably gets a bit expensive. Yeah, I think refurbishing costs aren't that far off what they were last year. But they shouldn't go in, they don't go in under your cost cap, so it's not a big concern. But at the same time, we have less money, so refurbishing is going to be a bit more of a problem. And instead of refurbishing, we might just save up until we can actually just do an upgrade. I think lowering 1 level, like dropping down 2 levels before you refurbish, should definitely be doable in this game. But it'll depend on, of course, where you're at. So for these, well, the helipad isn't something that I will refurbish anytime because, well, more money. But I think it's fine to allow them to drop down to yellow and maybe even the level below without getting into trouble, so to speak. Let's see, what we are going to do though is set up the performance targets before I forget. So we're going to gamble on having 1 driver in the top 10. Hopefully we can have Lando carry the team somewhat, because we do need money. We're going to need a lot of money. So 1 driver in the Q3, 1 driver in top 10, and that should work. Can't read any of the writing, it's weird. Okay, as that, probably YouTube that is setting your quality lower. If you take the little cogwheel in the right corner, you might be able to up the quality a bit. Or refresh the stream, that can also help. Is the engine limit still 20? I don't know actually, because there is a random event where you can increase the design center's efficiency by 50%. If you get that with a max design center, I would assume that you can actually get more engineers than 20. So I don't know, honestly. We'll have to see once we get further into a save. Yeah, I think we're going to do the same makeup now, though. Basically, breaching the cost cap due to crashing a lot. We're getting close to that. It's a fine. Okay. Can you do a save with Alfa Romeo? I am planning on doing a Alfa Romeo save at one point where I'm just going to go objective survive and see how we can do that. That is something that I think would be a little bit funny. So it is in the cards at some point for sure. So let us get us set up for Japan practice. And of course we are going to be using the bad parts for this because, well, durability is... Well, performance isn't a concern in, again, practice, so just go ahead and use your worst pass for it, save some performance. Now, the funny thing is, someone's actually made a tool on Steam. Well, it's actually a website. I haven't really gotten a chance to test it myself. But apparently you just put in your save file and it will spit out the perfect setups for your drivers for all tracks. And I find that a little bit interesting. So I might test that tool a little bit later, make a quick guide on it. But it seems like a way to make your life a little bit easier in this game. Particularly now that your setup satisfaction is closely linked to your driver starting confidence. So could be interesting, but at the same time might be a little bit too much. I think the cheat sheet is bad enough Or good enough for that. There will be an alpha state with only Italians, but that will be later in the year. We'll have to see as we go, because, again, with alpha you kind of need to survive the first season before you can turn them into Italians. Do I know what the update is? There's patch notes, but basically the latest update was just a crash fix. Yeah. The two flying left trick is probably not just the fact that the tires are cold, it's probably also the fact that the AI don't fully push around that last corner. So it's probably a combination of the two. So it's a bit interesting that it works like that this year. But you can definitely take advantage of it for sure. You were kicked out of Alfa Romeo? That's a bit unfortunate, but at least I think you learned something, didn't you? Close on opening the stream fixed it? Yeah. That's probably YouTube just playing games with you. Maybe you did cheese run. Honestly, it's probably not even going to be a cheese run. The problem with alpha is that you have less money. So rather than doing intense designs like we're doing in alpha, doing standard designs and just skipping every second one, basically, well, alternating between what you manufacture, could probably work. And it's something that I'd like to test. So I'll basically be running a different philosophy for that game. And it'll be a nice way to test that, see if it actually works. So I am kind of looking forward to that at one point. But for now, we are going to be focusing on a little bit on the guides, a little bit on, you know, getting the AlphaTauri off to a running start. And then I might look at other projects. Okay, we're getting there with the setup satisfaction. Very good. Now, just want to double check here that we, you know, are using all the parts that we can, because we are manufacturing some stuff. Can put this on. Yeah, we really should. I know what. It's the cooling. I see. Okay, cooling here is actually, this sacrifice is one I'm willing to make. So we're gonna put that on. We're going to put that side pod on both cars. I should check this before we did the start of practice, but it's looking good. We're still lacking a little bit, but that's fine. Welcome to the memberships, BKK. Oh, you really, you really decided to be generous today. Thank you, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you can basically run the parts to 0 in practice, no problem at all. So don't be worried about that, Dark. Any good option to raise cash fast, aside from guarantees? Not really. That is really the only way you have. The only other way would be to deliberately qualify poorly and use a different sponsorship in terms of raising money. But that one is a bit risky, but you could potentially raise more money. And with Mercedes, started with 100 million on Babaku, and now it's 65. Yeah, if you do intense design the entire way, you are going to run out of money pretty quickly. So, again, first iteration per year, you can probably do it as just a quick starting boost, but after that, you probably want to switch over to standard or just plain research. I can see that alpha would be a fun challenge, yeah. Fabrice is going to destroy all his engines in a gear by Monaco. You can actually turn down the risks of them doing that in the tactics menu. I'll show you once we actually get in the race. Yeah, I can see Haas being tricky with the money as well, Edster. Emergency parts, I'd really avoid doing that because it is very expensive. I'd rather take the performance loss for a race or two and just running things normally. Yeah, Robert, the way that it works is that they took driver stats from the start of this season, and Piastri really hadn't done anything in Formula 1 by then, so they kind of just put them all on the same level in terms of rookies. But yeah, they did do Piastri dirty even then, I think, honestly. I think we can be happy with this preparation here, for sure. Once again, BKK, thank you very much for your memberships. Very, very generous. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
welcome
Hello,
to
Apple
the
Juice.
much anticipated qualifying.
I think I've caught up on the comments then. So yeah, feel free to ask any question that you have, and I'll have to try and manage to, you know, pay attention to what's being said. We are going to use this engine, I think. Now we're going to use the best that we have now. We're just going to send it. Let's go. Piastri has a little bit more flexibility, but Norris said we're definitely going to have to get a new ERS, because this one, once it dips below 40, it's going to start taking damage. So that's problematic. The gearbox 2 is usable until it hits 40. It's the engine though, so that is the wrong part. So yeah, we'll have to see what we do here. Probably a new gearbox, probably new ERS. That's another 3.5 million. But yeah, they have definitely been causing me a little bit of pain. But again, we can live with that. Piastri might be good here, but he probably will need a new gearbox as well. So we'll have to deal with that as we go. I kind of wanted to crash and show this last engine in Monaco. After the race, I'll have 4 million and a new engine. It's interesting how the game would play that, yeah. Wonder if I'll just be able to send one car out. I don't know how that works, actually. If the game would, like, force you to buy emergency parts. Or, like, they would force you to buy an engine so you can send the car out. That could be what they do, which honestly would be kind of funny. Let's see. It shouldn't be rain for the qualifying, unless I'm mistaken. Let's just double check here. Gonna be cloudy. We're gonna have some rain for the race, so I think we're good. This is Japan, round 17. Sorry, Guido, but I'm just feeling you being that the guy from Cars going, Pete, stop. Have to send both cars? Yeah, I would assume so. I've also seen a lot of people saying that you can't retire cars this year, but you actually can. It's just hidden. I'll show you during the once we get in the race, and hopefully I won't accidentally retire a car. That would actually be kind of sad. Let's see how we do on the second push lap, because we are going to do 2 back-to-back here.
Drive to the Delta.
And Norris did definitely improve on his second lap, but I think Piastri got held up. Because there shouldn't be that much of a difference between the two of them. So we actually have time now to send them out once more to build a little bit extra confidence. Norris might not need it, but as he gets pushed further down the table, he is going to be losing a bit of confidence. I did kind of send them out inside of each other there. So hopefully that means Norris will be pulling Piastri along and giving Piastri a lap time close to his. Although Piastri is falling kind of behind there, so for the second run it should be a little bit better. We're basically using Norris as a tow to some degree, but we are also getting blocked.
You are currently P6.
So we'll probably have time for one more flying run, one flying lap here. And at Japan, I haven't seen too much of a difference in terms of the lap times. So for Piastri, we're going to have to send him out again for sure. So we'll just do this. That should be okay. And it'll tell you sometimes that, oh, I can't send him out. But all you need to do in that case, yes, we want to return to session. All you want to do in that case is actually just reconfigure. And then sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you just need to do things like this again. Which is a little bit funny, but there you go. We didn't really change anything, but now we're allowed to send him out. So that is a bit of a funny one. It's a bit more complex than last year's game. So you could potentially struggle a little bit in the beginning, Daniel. But I have a speedrun series, which is basically kind of a guide that introduces you to new concepts, gives you a okay way to develop the car. So the game is a bit more complex. A lot of things have been rebalanced, so it is a bit more difficult. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's difficult for a novice. It's just learning. It's just a learning experience, and once you've learned how the game works, I don't think you'll have too many problems. It's better to do 2 flying laps. The way that I've seen it on a lot of tracks is that the AI either don't heat up the tires properly, properly for that one run lap. Japan is fine though. You can do one lap here. Or they don't get a proper run up to the line, and thus they kind of neglect the sector 1. By doing 2 run laps, we kind of avoid this. Piastri just couldn't make it out. Yeah, it's just a shame the difference between these two. So yeah, the idea behind doing 2 run laps is that we avoid causing problems for ourselves that way. It's basically a more reliable way of doing qualifying. I do have a video on my channel about it, yeah. Generally, it's just better because you'll have better sector 1 times. Again, you won't really see it on this track, but if you check your lap times on others, you'll see that from sector 2 to sector 1, we'll have improvements. Not really a lot here, again, because mainly this is... well, we actually do have some improvements here. We have about 5 tenths here, we have about 10th here. But it's just a 10th here in Japan. Some other tracks, it can be up to 7 tenths a lap running it like this. So it is a way to take advantage of the AI. Fortunate there for Piastri, but it is what it is. Can't really do anything about it at this stage. And the funny thing is, you actually have to do this before every practice, because or every quali. Sometimes they will just do 1 lap if you don't, which is kind of silly. Hello, Dari. How you doing? I'm enjoying the new game quite a lot. I'm having fun. Your top up start could be points in Williams. Yeah, honestly, it's not super difficult to get into the, towards the top of midfield. It's fighting Merc, Ferrari, Aston, and Red Bull that's gonna be a bit troublesome in this game. So I do like that development isn't, oh, you're gonna be top within the season. Although we are kind of getting there. Depending on how the research actually pans out for the AlphaTauri save, we might be able to fight for wins pretty early, kind of like I did in my test game. And my test game isn't even optimized. And there I won Bahrain, I won Baku, so yeah, I'm a little bit worried, but we'll see how that goes. What teams do I have in mind to do this year? Well, we're going to do AlphaTauri for sure. I'm going to do an Alfa Romeo, basically objective survive type challenge. Basically a guide on how you survive your first season in Alfa Romeo. Other than that, I haven't really thought too much about it. We might also do some, restricted challenges with, say, a top 4 team. See just how many restrictions we need to slow down for progression compared to the AI. There's a lot of things we can do, but right now I'm focused on mainly the guides and the AlphaTauri save, as well as the McLaren stream, to be fair.
Okay, Lando, so a bit of an update for you. We're currently in P8.
Toby, I would recommend Intense, but it's down to personal preference, because Intense is basically just a 1.5 modifier to your expertise growth. Expertise is basically how good your next part is going to be. And with that in mind, a normal approach is a 1-time modifier. Intense is a 1.5-time modifier, but it's 3 times as expensive. You'll grow much quicker using Intense, but for purely an efficiency standpoint, standard should be the better approach. So as long as you keep that in mind, you can do Intense, you can do standard, but the main concern is going to be the cost cap. So if you don't have enough money where you'll be able to kind of keep every slot occupied, doing standard can be more beneficial than doing Intense. Intense is just a very quick boost, particularly in the start of seasons, start of campaigns, and it's very nice for that reason. Maybe a Haas guide too, with low funds and no facilities, only shared time. To be fair, I think that the Alfa Romeo guide and the Haas guide are probably going to overlap somewhat, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that, honestly. Could probably make a Haas specific one, but that's probably a bit further down the line, unfortunately. Yeah, any money you save is going to roll over to next year, but the cost cap won't roll over. So I recommend using as much of the cost cap as you can. Because as you might guess, the cost cap doesn't roll over. It's going to reset at the start of next year. So use as much of that as you can. Any money you have in the bank will carry over. Does 2 push laps in one go good? Because I saw a video about it. Yeah, Basically, the reason why we're doing 2 push laps is because the AI has a tendency to be bad at hitting the tires. They're not really pushing in that final sector on their first lap. So as a result, the first sector on the second run is usually suffering a little bit as a result. So we're doing 2 push laps for consistency, basically. Because they do that for some tracks, but not all of them. And doing 2 push laps kind of helps with the consistency aspect. We'll have to see here now if actually Norris can improve. Because right now, it's looking like we are in trouble. But no, Norris improved that on his push laps. That is very nice. We might still be in trouble though. We have Russell, we have Ocon, we have Gasly, so they could improve. But Norris did another improvement, so very good. Again, he set the best first sector there of anyone, so... Well, the improvements might be small. It's usually... The second lap will usually be an improvement in Sector 1, and we'll have a look at that in data view. Did get someone else beat that sector though now, but was still good. Welcome back with a bit of a lockup. How much safety and internal on upgrade paths? For now, I've just been focusing them into mainly the underfloor. It's been working, but you could make a case for splitting it between, you know, your underfloor, your front wing, your rear wing. There are cases for putting all of it into, say, suspension. It basically depends on where you're at in terms of your expertise. So you can move that around your wind tunnel time and see where you would actually benefit from putting it. Because again, it varies from team to team. Chassis and suspension not much of a focus. It hasn't been much of a focus in my save, but chassis in particular is very good for your acceleration, your top speed. It can also be focused on cornering. You can actually really specialize paths this year, so you can focus on them and have great success. I'm just going a little bit more same as last year, where the focus has been on, you know, the 3 big underfloor and the wings, but the other parts definitely have their roles this year, where side pods you can get huge boost to your engine cooling, with suspension you can get huge boost to your brake cooling. So they really made the parts have their own strengths and weaknesses to some degree, and that is cool. But again, I'm still exploring, so I'm not 100% sure on what is the absolute best way to progress, but as we learn, we'll get closer to it. Alfa Romeo is by far the hardest team. Everyone online is choosing, yeah. As I said, the only thing Alfa Romeo has got going for it is Bottas. That's it. So it is a very difficult start for sure, Rob. You're not wrong. Yeah. That's the thing. They've rebalanced the parts this year, and they've actually done a really good job at it, honestly. Each part now kind of plays its own role. They have different growth rates, of course, but yeah, they all have areas where they exceed. So that makes things a lot more interesting. It's not like last year where you do everything into the underfloor, although that is what I've been doing. It's not like last year where doing everything into the underfloor was hands down the best strategy that ever existed. So I welcome the change, honestly. It's going to make the games a lot more fun, a lot more varied, depending on what you decide to focus on. Well, I think you learned something, Stego, from that first run, so I wouldn't sell yourself short. But yeah, there will be an alpha save, but I think, as I said, BKK, it might just be a one-off for a season, and then we'll do a proper save later on. Like, I'll make a one-off that is basically just a fun little objective survive thing. But interesting enough, Edsta, we have both Hulk and Magnussen in Q3 here. You have a bit of a challenge here. Crucial to tie down Simon Resta as your technical chief, as he's still one of the best in the game. Yeah, for sure. No, the new qualifying procedure, like hards, medium, softs, are also in Hungary. It's something that they've been testing out this year, so you're gonna have it at other tracks as well. I know it's Hungary. I think there's one more. Well, I might be mistaken. I think it might just be those 2, but I'm a little bit, as I said, unsure. But yeah, it's the new qualifying format they're testing this year in real life Formula 1. And they might start using that starting next year. We'll see. I might do 2 alpha saves, yeah. The thing is, the objective survive one would probably just be a one-shot video. As more of a concept slash guide for, because I've seen a lot of people on Reddit just go saying that alpha is impossible to survive as, and the people who have survived the season, like you can actually feel the the pain, fear, and tiredness kind of radiating off them. So yeah, we might just do 2, as you say, BKK. One Italian, one objective survive, and one Italian only later on. Okay, I say that is pretty decent from Norris. 6 so far. Let's see if, well, Alonso's going to beat him, but these 3 did not, which is promising for us, really. Wish they would add difficulty levels for the IT skill levels to go faster based on the setting. Yeah, I really wanted that too, honestly, but I don't think we're going to get that. They have kind of, with the new race moments, kind of focus a little bit more on, of course you get a penalty as well. I assume Piastri picked up a penalty in practice. They have a kind of focus a little bit more on the more casual player. So I think they're very afraid of difficulty settings, kind of scaring people away. Plan rest for the end of first year of McLaren as well. Porsche reserve and tech chief only have 9 months in there. Contract was smart move, yeah. I think we'll struggle personally with the AlphaTauri save to win but everything in season 2, but we'll probably have a few race wins for sure. So it'll depend. It's still all up for grabs. Now, Piastri is starting last, so we could put him on an alternative strategy for fun. Norris promoted to 4th here due to penalties. Now, here at Suzuka, there isn't really much we can do with strategy. We can go aggressive. Say on these 2 last stints, which save us about 10 seconds compared to the standard strategies. It's definitely better to do the 2-stopper with this than this one. We have a little bit more freedom on these stints as well. For Piastri, we can probably try the same thing, but the tire, well, we can't even do this. What am I saying? We have rain. Well, that might not even be... I might not even be enough to get to Intis. Like, we might need Intis for this section. I forgot about the rain. That's one of the things that is kind of unnoticeable this year, I feel, because you can't check... you need to actually click this button to check the rain levels. But yeah, we do have rain from lap 20 or something, so... how do we want to do this? Do we want to push softs completely? 2 stints? Okay, let's rethink here on how we want to do this strategy then. Because if we're getting rain, the problem here is I have no clue if this is going to be bad enough for Inters, because again, the rubber isn't going to really be gone until lap 30. So I assume potentially this would be Inter territory, but if it isn't, then we'd have to keep on going until here. Lap 20, 21, 22, 27, 26, so kind of need a strategy for both of those scenarios, which is going to be a painful one. So I think the planner is for sure to start on the mediums. And that should allow us to keep going until we need to. And as we get closer to when the rainy period is going to start, we can choose to, go a little bit more aggressive on them. But we for sure are starting on the mediums here for both cars. I think that is just a no-brainer. It should be the most effective strategy. Well, at least until we get to the rainy period. And don't mind this, is if we go full attack. We are going full attack from out of the gate. We kind of need to keep up with the other teams. But yeah, I think we're just going to go mediums and try and, keep them alive until we get to the rain.
We're all good to go here. The drivers are warmed up. They're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. And
Let's see how this goes. So Norris starts 4th, Piastri starts 20th. Let's see if we can actually get some points out of this. So let's see how this goes. So a lot of the other teams have actually chosen soft tires. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they're going to pit ones. Or if they're just going to stretch them to the rainy period. But that should hint towards us getting Inters, for sure. The AI would follow the players, like the previous based on player is improving. That'd be a national difficulty scale. Oh. Did Charles and Verstappen immediately crash?
This time. Barely any room to maneuver.
Oh.
That's obviously far from intentional. But
He's eaten the wall. Okay. It's just no. Is Leclerc still going? Sainz did get knocked out too, did he? Or no? Leclerc survived that. Okay, half his car was eaten by the wall, but he just went, nah, that ain't a problem. Okay. That's interesting. Hello, Bakang, how you doing? And massive against the top speed. Yeah, you can actually make parts that are kind of focused now, but again for side pods, I'd probably go engine cooling just to try and save a little bit of money. Yeah. You probably have a bit of an advantage as a player in making specialized parts, to be fair, but they still rebalance the gains enough that it's not too much of a problem right now. Yeah, particularly engine cooling, as engine durability is a thing, it's going to be problematic. A youth academy would be great, Stego, but we can only hope for that next year, I think.
Leclerc's just pitted.
So, not surprisingly, Leclerc did indeed pit. Verstappen did not, which is a bit more surprising. Now, Ocon is actually pulling away from us on those softs, which also is not that surprising, to be fair. We're going to tune down the tire usage to aggressive. Don't really want to cook the tires too hard here, particularly if you want to make them last until lap 22, 23. Maybe even longer, depending on, you know, how much rain we're getting. So if we're running them a little bit aggressive, then we'll tune them down again. We are kind of letting Ocon get away right now. We have Magnus in 4th, Hulkenberg 6th, so we do have kind of like a buffer here that we can take advantage of. And we are going to run top up a little bit here for Norris so that he can get back his energy. But yeah, letting Ocon run away here is basically something that we don't really have much power over. He is on a softer tire, and we'll probably come back at him at the end of our stint, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. Let's see a lap 1 incident? Yeah. At least we weren't involved this time.
Okay, understood.
I think you're telling me fake news here, Norris, because you don't look much very, you know, turned around.
And then the car just goes.
It looked like Norris straight up heard Magnussen talking shit and flipped around there. Did we actually crash as well? Yes, we didn't, but that was kind of funny. Yeah, Norris is just like, stay away, you bring bad luck. That did cost us some time to Ocon though. Luckily enough, funnily enough, that didn't cost us too much in tyre wear. But we are going to tune it down to standard now.
To push the tires.
And honestly, we should probably just push fuel until we're 1.5 kilogram down. Because we are going to have a little bit of a wet period, which should, you know, give us that fuel back. So I wouldn't be too concerned. Have I had a car catch fire? Not one of mine, but other cars do catch fire a lot. It's basically when their engine breaks that you get the fire, the kind of fire show, so to speak. Yeah. Norris did actually spin without losing positions while running in front of a train, so that is probably the best spin he could have done. As I said, lost a bit of time to Ocon, but again, that is acceptable. Now for Piastri here. Never mind, he wrecked the car.
Virtual safety car. Delta positive.
Yeah.
Now, who is
Why
that?
did you have to jinx me?
Now, that looks like Lando Norris.
What actually happened to Norris? I'm curious.
Here we are then, reaching turn 13. Clearly unable to take.
Okay, he wasn't done with spinning, clearly. Norris is out though. We'll have to focus
Let's have a
on.
look as we go into the 13th corner.
We'll focus on Norris. But yeah, the cars will catch fire if the engine reaches 0. So I believe he destroyed a chassis and he destroyed the front wing. So that crash wasn't too bad. But the main thing I'm concerned about is actually the gearbox there, because he did whack the backside into the wall there. Could be in trouble. Yeah, that's indeed an F moment, unfortunately. It begins. That's what I'm saying. I think McLaren is paying the sins for the AlphaTauri save, because Tsunoda has been consistently not blowing up the car, which is very unusual. Because in the test game, he did that a lot. Let me put it like that. So I think McLaren is paying the sins for AlphaTauri, and I'm all for it. Unfortunately, Piastri is just a tad slow. There's nothing. I'm not meaning anything negative with it. It's just how he is in the game, and that is unfortunate. However, someone on Reddit did make a editor tool where you can actually edit driver stats. So I'm planning on using that to test and see what driver stats are actually the most effective for, say, pace, things like that. Test 50 versus 100 smoothness again, and we'll have to see when I get time for that though, because right now I am, as I said, focused on the AlphaTauri game mainly. 5-second penalty for Ocon? Yeah. See, 2 mediums probably. Hey, Mac, don't know why I corrected to Oma. It's kind of funny though. We're gonna go deploy here with Piastri, see if we can overtake Show. Honestly, I'm very tempted to press this button, but that would be a bit risky, so we're just gonna keep him on normal for now. And overtake done.
Be some light spots of rain.
Yep.
So rain is coming very soon now. It's actually coming earlier than expected then, by quite a bit here. So we're gonna go full on attack for the rest of the stint, and hopefully catch the AlphaTauris at least. My Piastri is very slow. He finished like 15 seconds behind the pack. Is it my problem, or did you experience it? Well, I'm still experiencing. You can see Piastri out in Q1 with the same strategy as Norris, and Norris made it to Q3. So it's just Piastri's lacking a little bit in pace stats in this game, unfortunately. He's basically they kind of undersold him. Well, undervaluated him, so to speak. But if you micromanage him, you can probably get him a little bit higher up. But at the same time, it is what it is. You'll just have to deal with it. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to do here? How are we expecting the rain to go? So we're still going to be running this for probably at least 3 more laps. So we can get, as I said, Piastri past those 2 AlphaTauris. He did get the Rees. Next up is Tsunoda. And we do have a little bit of energy to use, but basically used all of it now. We're still going to be pushing fuel a little bit more. Probably down to 1 kilogram. That shouldn't be a problem. And we should have DRS on the straight here. And we do, but Tsunoda a tad too quick there. Run top up for a lap or 2. How do I get good starts? I feel like I'm losing 4 seconds in the first 2 laps and pushing flat out. Honestly, it's just... I'm not doing anything special. I'm just going full attack, full push, deploy, and I click this button. That's all I do at the starts. And basically, if you use the qualifying strategy with 2 runs, you could potentially qualify better than you're supposed to. And as a result, you could see yourself, you know, if you qualify on some tracks a half second higher than you're supposed to, of course they're going to eat you up at the start of the race. You're going to lose a couple of positions. There's just no way around it. It is the, well, circle of life, so to speak. So it is just what it is, unfortunately. Did the tire compound issue get fixed? Using 2 same compounds? I haven't seen anything about that. Tsunoda opting to pit, which means we are getting closer to going on to Inters here. Let's see what Perez does. So Paris is pitting. Tsunoda did go on the inters, so what we're going to do is just be very lazy here and copy them. But yeah, honestly, I do need to give them praise for the weather system, because we are running a pretty bad forecast center, 70% accuracy, and we still have pretty good. Like, this is what I wanted for last year. We misguessed when the water was going to come. Basically, it came around. We were expecting lap 22, even 27, but instead it came lap 17, 18. So we missed it by a few laps. That is fine, but we know how much water is going to be. So I feel like they did the weather system a lot better in this game, honestly, for sure. Could use rarely defend and high overtake aggression. Honestly, I'd say use defend more if you are planning on, you know, being aggressive with defense. That could work. Okay, so we still have some guys out here on the softs. We're stopping among them. We don't want to push these tires too hard before it's properly, you know, wet on the track. It's gonna eat them up alive. And potentially we are gonna be going back to slicks around lap 40. So with that in mind, could we go full attack? We could potentially make that work, but I think we're going to stick with aggressive for a few laps and then switch over once it actually becomes proper wet. So this should be an okay strategy for now. Oh, there's minutes of bonus start, yeah. I haven't had a look at SC, Daniel. If you remind me after this race, we can have a look at him for sure. Scout him. If I buy F1 Manager on Xbox, can I use mouse and keypad? Yes, they have mouse and keyboard support for console, although apparently sensitivity was through the roof, but it got fixed in a recent update. What do you think is a good pit stop time before you move to lowering the chance of mistake? I say cap your pit stop times before you switch to mistake. 1.9 is a really good pit stop time. Don't get me wrong. So. But I still say cap the time as low as you can before you switch. It shouldn't be a problem. Can I explain ERS battle? I feel like I've checked it in the back. It slows me down. I see defense against the guy behind instead of attacking the car in front. That wouldn't actually be too much of a surprise, because the ERS battle is basically straightforward. It directs the driver to conserve some energy throughout the lap to be used when battling, either to help overtake or defend against another car. So your driver will make decisions themselves on using a part of the battery for defense or attack. And of course, depending on what you set here, let's say that we set high overtake aggression and rarely defend, they're mainly going to be using that energy to attack. Same way if we put it through always defend and low overtake aggression, they're going to be using it to mainly, well, defend. So you can kind of switch things around with this menu as well. In terms of the avoid hardest curbs, clean air, they are nice to use in practice, so to speak. Wouldn't really use them anywhere else. And hopefully now we can actually get the overtake done on Bottas, so that we don't get completely eaten up by Verstappen immediately here. We have a virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car.
Delta positive is good.
So we can't overtake Bottas, so we'll harvest. Hulkenberg is going into the pits.
Now
Have you
we have
had
an incident here. Kevin
a bit of a
Magnussen,
moment?
it looks like.
basically the same as Norris did. Did he survive though? I think he did. Maybe not. But yeah, Bottas is actually out still on soft tires. Okay. There we go. It finally got into true Inter's territory. I assume Bottas is just going to pit, and he did. We're still going to run a little bit of harvest because honestly, we could probably do this right now. Because what we have is a bunch of cars behind us. They're not allowed to overtake. We're going to lose a little bit of time to Albon by doing this, of course. But we're going to recharge and basically try and run away from Verstappen as soon as the yellow flag incident here gets cleared up. But yeah, Magnussen did actually not survive. It just looked like it for a second. So 1-for-1 this round. That's the... Yeah, the AI will reduce their weight as well. So if you keep that in mind, they can have some pretty decent, gains. Okay, let's see here. I think we're still gonna just stick with aggressive. Let's see just how long we can keep Verstappen behind. Probably won't even be to the end of this lap. I think Verstappen's going to get us immediately here. He is a lot quicker than Piastri. It looks like Piastri's doing well. As you can see, he did get us immediately. If we can stick with him, though, we could potentially use him as a tow to catch Albon, Alonso, Russell. So it's not all bad, but Verstappen has already pulled out quite a margin, so can't really do anything with that.
How is the track condition?
Track is getting drier. It's still going to be a little bit back and forth now, so we're just going to stay as we are. Should be fine. That is due to mid-session saving. It bugs out a lot of things. What in particular is due to mid-session saving? Oh, the time combat issue? This is actually due to the mid-session save. That would explain why I haven't seen it, I think. Okay. I guess that makes sense, because I think... Would that mean that you can do a soft, mid-session save, and then do another set of softs? Because that could be huge. The game is massively different, but they've added some complexity. CKR. Complexity and rebalance is basically what they've done. Yeah, again, Maddie, I'd try and avoid using emergency for parts because it is quite expensive. And it does cost your cost cap. That's unfortunate, but that is this game, honestly. Is the weather 100% accurate like last game or unpredictable? The way that they've changed the weather system is for the better, because again, we don't have very high forecast accuracy. Before this race, we were expecting the rain to start around lap 22. So it's very accurate now in terms of how much water we're gonna get. But depending on your weather center forecast accuracy, it could start sooner or later than expected, which honestly is a good change. Because not knowing if, like, it could switch from inters to wets at the drop of a hat last year. Now it's more reliable in terms of amount of water. You just don't know when it's gonna come. So, yeah, it could have been, honestly, BKK, as I said this before, I don't feel like this should be a full price standalone edition, but I guess they decided to value basically the race moments starting grid that much, so personally, I'd say this should have been the half of the price that it currently is. I'd be fine with it, basically even as a DLC. But I assume they do have some deals where they kind of have to release basically a full price game for, I don't know, the FIA's Honor or something like that, who knows. I've not had the tire glitch yet, Robert, where the AI uses just two sets of the same compound, but what people are saying is that it might be a result of mid-session saving, like you save in the middle of the race.
Rain has completely stopped in pit lane.
The rain has ended now, which means that we are going to get very close to dries very quickly. I think we're going to stay out for one more lap before we do pit, but that means full attack is on the table. Leclerc actually immediately dipped in, so we'll see here. He might have the right idea. Now, softs should be doable in terms of keeping them alive to the end, but we can, of course, double check the strategy, see if it really would work for us. And let's say that we go softs. We're gonna have to run them standard if we want that to work. 122.19. We don't really have mediums to use, but we could go hard and push them, which in theory would be quite a lot quicker than the softs, funnily enough. So it could work, but we're basically going to be very, very vulnerable if we do this, in case it doesn't work. If we have a quick look here at, let's pause for a second, tire degradations. The hard tire here is a good 8/10 slower than the softs. It's going to take 10 laps for them to come into their own. This is if we run them both standard, though. So it could be worth it to go on the hard here. The AI still will only have one fresh set of softs for the most part, so going on the hards and running them aggressive, part of an attack strategy, could work. It said that we were going to get, what, 122... 1:22:11 versus 1:22:19. So we save about 8 seconds. That could still be interesting. How important is it to upgrade your parts factory now? I feel like I'm always waiting to start making new parts and to finish this year. Honestly, upgrading to level 3 is probably okay. If you're lucky, you are going to be fine with level 2, but level 3 will give you some freedom. So upgrading to level 3 probably would be a good idea if you're being unlucky. If not, you could make level 2 work. The driver should go against instructions sometimes, like Verstappen deciding that, no, we're doing fastest lap. Good luck. To be fair, that would be a bit of personality, but again, that would drive people insane, like BKK is saying, so I think that would have to be an optional one. We could gamble on something, you know, completely outlandish, like going in the hards. And let's face it, that's kind of what we have to do here with Piastri if you want to get points here, I think. So let's go in the hards. Let's stick with full attack to the end. And that's going to be what we're going to do here. So everything is looking good with the pit stop. Let's see if we can make something happen here then. The true manager experience? Is that the FW25? Everyone is pitting now except for, well, the top boys here. So this isn't too surprising. Hulkenberg is following our strategy here. We come out in 12, so we retain our position. We have Leclerc behind us now, though. This could be a bit interesting here in terms of what we can do. Haas could potentially score some good points themselves, so this is going to be a bit interesting one. What happened to Norris? He spun twice. First time he spun around here. Had a little bit of a... what did you just say about me moment with Magnussen. Then he had a bit of a, I believe it was here, a bit of a second spinneroni when he completely crashed himself out, and then Magnussen followed suit a couple of laps later. So, yeah. Norris had a bit of bad luck. He was running pretty high up, had potential for a podium if we were lucky, so it kind of did hurt quite a lot. Williams wasn't too bad. Just ignore the start of 2000. It's called pit stop training, yeah. Piastri's not last, but not much we can do here. We are 12-13 seconds of Albon and Verstappen, so we'll have to see if we can actually make something happen. We're probably going to get overtaken by Leclerc. But as you can see, Hulkenberg is actually also going full attack on those hards, so the AI will do interesting strategies, which is nice to see. Like they would never do this in 23, where they would actually just pick something different that is supposedly faster. But again, we are going to be slower than the cars for the first like 10 laps here, and then we're going to start taking advantage. So we're kind of holding up Leclerc here massively, and that is kind of the goal here. Try not to lose out too much in the beginning of the stint and catch up towards the end. The ice seems to respond to you catching them. Yeah, they do kind of try and push if you do catch them, if they have tire, fuel, or, you know, the capabilities of doing that. So they do react to you. Kind of hope the dilemmas are different every season. Yeah, I wouldn't hope too hard on that, honestly. We might see more dilemmas added later on, but I think you can get any dilemma at any time. Maybe not a like big one, like when they do massive regulation changes. That might come with its own dilemma, but I don't know. How have I made Piastri this fast? I haven't actually made Piastri fast. Piastri is still slow, because Norris, when he was in the race, he was running 4th, 5th. He qualified 6th. Piastri qualified 17th. So Piastri isn't fast by any means of the imagination. The car is just a little bit quicker than it should be. So, yeah. We are starting to catch Albon though, but getting into points is again going to be just painful. Back then the ticket prices weren't that bad. Oh, man could take it to a Formula 1 race as 4-year-old. Hope they put some air protection on your ears, man. Have the insane AI first few laps been patched? I haven't actually seen anything of this insane AI the first few laps, but then again, I do go full attack, full push, full deploy. So I think the AI is just doing it a bit longer than the player for the most part. And let's face it, you can usually qualify better than the AI anyway, so you probably start a little bit higher than you should. So I think it's just the AI showing what they truly can do if they go all out. That is kind of catching people off guard, unfortunately. So frustrating to have him that slow? Yeah. Kind of is, but he's actually holding up Leclerc right now, so he's doing a good job. Will I swap Piastri for someone else? No, I'm going to keep Piastri. I'm going to keep Norris, I think. Because Piastri is a very good talent to develop, so it also gives me some insight into how quickly, you know, young drivers develop on the F1 team versus, say, leaving them in F2, F3. So we're definitely going to be keeping Piastri around. Driver points are a bigger gap in this game than 22? Potentially, yeah. He's clearly better than the game says. Yeah, again, Piastri's rating is based on the start of the season. Hadn't really done too much then in terms of F1, so they went very conservative with this rating, kind of matched him up with the Reese and Sargent, so it is a bit unfortunate, but they decided to be a bit more careful with it, although, to be fair, I wish we could have updated for mid-season driver ratings, say now in the summer break and end of season, because that would give you different experiences depending on, you know, driver skill levels. Apologies for the silence warning for the points lost. Don't worry, I'm doing the same, HarrySir. Like, if Norris has managed to hold on to the top here, because let's face it, Alpine is gonna rocket away from us. No way we're gonna be catching them unless they too have some crashing out here. So yeah, you're not the only one mourning. What team would you say is the most fun to start a career with? Honestly, I don't know, HarrySir. I'm having a lot of fun with the AlphaTauri one, but what team will be most fun will depend on what you are looking for, honestly. But I don't think you'll really... You might struggle with some teams, like Alfa Romeo in particular, but in general, I think you're going to have fun with any team. So driver still quick. Liam Lawson giving him every P1 has gone 73-76 by Spain. Is one behind the Reese now already? Okay, I might need to... I haven't actually tested the reserve driver much yet. I've been kind of focusing on testing limits of driver confidence and things like that, so might need to start giving P1 sessions away then. Yeah, as Lazarus is saying, yeah. Depends on if you want to struggle or go zoom zoom. So we are running currently, at this stage, about, you know, 7/10 quicker than Albon. A bit quicker than Hamilton, of all things, so the hard strategy could work, but I think we're just too far behind to begin with. Not really going to be able to catch up here, and that is honestly kind of what we expected, so let's just speed it up, although Piastri should be getting points here for holding Leclerc behind. Well, although he let Leclerc go now, for virtually the entire stint. Last few laps, Leclerc decided he had enough. He's going to start pushing. He isn't going to let Perez lap him. So yeah, that is fairly okay.
Perez has crossed the line first.
Honestly, we could of course deploy the ERS, but it wouldn't make any difference. That's the thing. Of course, if we're fighting for points, I'd probably use the ERS, but when we're in this position, I'd say it doesn't really matter too much. Deploying ERS, not deploying ERS, what we actually should be focusing on here is just minimizing damage. Because the cost cap is kind of rough this season, or in this game. So it's a little bit back and forth with that. Hello Formula 1 and football. Hello F1.
Having to retire early will no doubt be a bitter...
Ocon won this Belgium sprint. They developed way quicker than the rest of the field. Pretty good. Struggle. If you want to really struggle, you go Alpha. If you want to have a little bit of a lighter struggle, you can go Williams or Haas. If you want to take it a bit easier, you can go... AlphaTauri actually has a lot of money to start with, and these facilities they're kind of easier as well. Alpine is potentially a good option. They got a ton of points there. We're going to be in trouble. So yeah, I think we're going to get 6th here for sure. They're now a good 40, 50 points ahead of us. So yeah, that was a really bad race for us, unfortunately. did get sub 2 second pit stop, so we can be happy with that at least. We are winning this championship, hopefully. And even then, as you say, Piastri actually did have a bit of a pit stop mistake, but those happen. Can't really do anything about them. It is what it is. Did make some money though. We actually didn't fail the performance guarantees, so... Well, we did fail this one, but that's fine. Already decided to bin off the V, Stein Lawson take over season 2, to giving him every chance. Yeah, that should work. The devs seem to like person size, they always seem to win. Wouldn't surprise me, they're in good cars. I know you've been asked this a lot, probably been tired of it, but it's 2023 worth buying. If you enjoyed 22, and think that you would enjoy the additional complexity, if you would, enjoy race moments, the new features, then yeah, 23 is probably worth buying. However, if you feel like the upgrades aren't enough from what you've seen so far, then you could always wait for a sale. There's probably going to be a sale in September once they release driver swapping. It's probably just not going to be a big sale, probably 10-20%, but it's probably going to be a sale then, I would assume. So it's going to depend on what you're looking for. Personally, thinking AlphaTauri or Alfa Romeo, but I haven't seen the car performance yet. Alfa Romeo is ranked 10, AlphaTauri is ranked 9. I think Haas is ranked 6th, Alpine 5th, Williams 8. I don't remember all of them from the top of my head. We do probably not have enough scouting capability right now. Yeah, we're currently using both as scouts or something, so I forgot about that. We're gonna have to check that later, unfortunately. You'd expect using ERS increased wear, honestly, but again, I haven't tested it, so I don't know. Okay, rear wing has been designed, chassis manufactured. Again, this one is basically more of a turning one. Am I manufacturing this chassis or this chassis? I'm probably manufacturing this chassis. Put it back on Norris' car. He did break one. He also broke a front wing. We'll just swap that out. But yeah, we're gonna have to make some new front wings here because we're actually running out of them. So let's just double check what we have in terms of projects. I know that we made a rear wing. All the other ones are research projects. So we're gonna have to manufacture 3 front wings. We are gonna have to manufacture the new rear wings. They are an upgrade, mainly in the DRS area, but that's fine. Currently we are manufacturing chassis, I think, and I think we'll just go with this one. Cornering is probably going to be helping us more towards the end here, although we could also use this for the engine cooling, but we have new engines, so I think we're going to gamble on this one. Now we are kind of running out of components there. It's just how life be. And the main concern also is that I don't think we can do any more research projects because cost cap is at 11 million. We could go all in and breach it by, a lot. See if we get hit by, regulation, not really regulation changes, but restrictions to wind tunnel. But we'll see. As you can see, we destroyed chassis and front wing in Norris collision. The ERS did get destroyed too, so he's definitely going to need a new one. So that is 2.5 million. Luckily, the gearbox kind of survived. Where's my review of F1 Manage 23 that might help with these 23 worthy questions? I probably should make just a review video, honestly, BKK. You are correct on that. It's gonna just take a bit of time. And again, sorry to Daniel, but I'm gonna need to wait more for my scouts to be done with what they're currently doing before I can scout Vesti. But I think he is 73 or 75, probably one of those. 72 maybe as well. So he is there somewhere. The sponsorship money from last race was mainly due to us completing sponsorship goals. I think we get about 3 million base per race, so it's not super much more rub. It's basically due to our performance. Honestly, I think we're just gonna deny this because if we crash, it's gonna be, harmful. And the board already loved me, so why would I risk it? So let's go ahead and deny that one. Basically, the board can show up at the Grand Prix, and if you have a good result, the board's going to love you more. If you do not, they're going to lose more confidence. this could probably save you, say, if you're running alpha. But again, it could also sink you if you're running alpha and have, or basically just seasons where you're struggling. So that is something to keep in mind. We are missing a front wing, so we should have that made there for Qatar. Takes 3 days to wing, so that's not a problem. Staff is still just blinking because of ahead of aerodynamics. And again, we're going to be seeing at the end of season if we switch him out or not. Suspension has been manufactured. Now, what do we want to do here? We do have high engine cooling right now. So what we could do is go for this one. Which, as you can see, will give us a massive high-speed boost compared to the grid. I think we're going to make 3 more of this chassis, and we're just going to have to try and make that engine kind of last. And again, we are getting very close to cost cap here. We are going to buy an ERS for Norris, so yeah, we're kind of limited in what we can do here. So, oh, there we go, scouting complete. We can actually scout Vesti. So, Dryden Murphy, contract runs out in 3 months. Tondi, contract runs out in 3 months. Potentially we could actually pick him up here on a contract, try and snatch him already, snatch the Ferrari crew for next year. That could be funny. But yeah, Tondi is actually open to negotiation, second highest rated head of aerodynamic, so that would be actually a massive improvement to our team. Current contract is 2.8 million basically, and we're going to try and snatch him. And we're going to offer him 3 million, 5-season contract, starting next season. And we are going to be paying him 300,000 here, just from the get-go as a signing bonus, and we'll try and pick him up. Have you done many intense practice save? I've probably done, I did quite a few at the start of the season, but we've been doing fewer now. Probably a decent strategy is to do an intense design on each part as a start of the season, and then do standard from there forth, in order to manage your cost cap. That could work. Any tips on Merc save? They're just disappointing straight away and not that fast. You could, well, depends on what you've done so far, but generally just turning durability down on pass will give you massive amounts of performance. So that's gonna help it. When team changing gets added, do you think people are gonna have to start a career to use it? After they've said that team changing is gonna be save game compatible, backwards compatible, meaning that for the save that I'm playing now, I should be able to use team swapping when it comes out. Okay, we are nabbing Tondi, which is going to cost a little bit of money. But this should make our team a little bit better next season. As you can see, we're getting Tondi and Cadil. So Ferrari is going to be a bit nerfed, so to speak. Could potentially also, if you really wanted to, nab the sporting director, I believe. As you can see, they are open to negotiation. Aptitude for mechs is pretty high. And again, for your pit crew, aptitude is probably going to be your most important stat. Process is going to be second, training third, leadership fourth. And the reason for aptitude is the most important one is because it sets the skill ceiling. The higher aptitude, the lower your pit stops times are going to be, well, potentially be. And processes, less fatigue from training, more efficient training, and whenever they do make an error, they'll lose less time. So we might actually just go ahead here and pick up the entire Ferrari crew. I think we might just do that. Now, Sing isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but again, that aptitude does limit us somewhat. So we could go full crew here. We would have to probably scout him. And the second scout is going to be used for Vesti. And don't worry, I haven't forgot. I'm just going off different tangents here, which is causing me to, you know, bounce back and forth between different things. How old is Vesti? There it is. He's actually 72 average to begin with. In terms of what his stats actually are, we'll figure that out with a detailed scouting. Although a standard scouting probably would be enough. Got fired in my first save with Romero because I only had 2 points like 6 races in. So I've just retired my car starting a race and simming. Did massive research and got fired. If you retire your car, it's the same as finishing last. So basically the board wants you to finish 7th. If you can't do that, they're gonna lose confidence, and over time they're just gonna throw you out the window. So it's not directly due to retiring, but it's because board looks at retiring as the same as finishing last. So they're not gonna be happy with that. They're gonna chuck you out the window immediately. Sign the house guy for next season? Yeah. What made me do intense on the AlphaTauri save? It's an efficient way of quickly improving your car. It's more expensive. You basically get a 1.5 times improvement over standard for 3 times the price. So it's not super efficient, but doing it basically on the first set to boost your car can really, really help you. So that is why I've opted to do intense. Of course, you can do standard, but if you want standard to really be worthwhile, you're probably gonna have to skip the manufacturer of some parts every now and again, or some designs every now and again. But again, standard is going to be the most efficient use of money. Alfa Race is so boring to for Blue Moon Race. I assume you mean Alfa Romeo. I will just say with Alfa Romeo, yeah, I'm planning on doing 2 different ones down the line. The first one. Did we not make front wings? Oh, we aren't at the race yet. We still have time. Refurbishment complete of the helipad. Very good. But yeah, I am planning to do 2 saves. Basically, a how to survive, objective survive guide, and then an Italian-only rebuild, as BKK is saying. Is it worth it buying out contracts or wait until they would be available? Well, the reason why I generally just don't buy out contracts is because, well, in this case, we won't really get the benefit of them before next year anyways. And secondly, we'll get an extra year by waiting till next year. If we sign them immediately, we will not get the full year. We'd get October, November, December, so a third. So we get them extra contract time by, well, we're not even getting it. Yeah, we're basically getting that because we're at the end of September. We're basically just getting extra kind of year on them as well. So the reasons are twofold. We save money. We also give, as I said, a little bit extra contract time, which means that although the contract is long to begin with, we get that extra year. I might not be making myself very clear on that, but it's basically a way to kind of save money. A little bit. Not a super amount, but it's an effective way of I feel like it's an effective way of doing things, personally. Development update. Let's have a look here. Norris gets the point of adaptability, braking, and adaptability for Piastri. He is getting up there, 79. Still lacking a bit though, so needs to try and get up his stats there, particularly probably reactions. But for now, because we're just still going to focus on what we are doing. Adaptability is going up pretty quick. Needs some smoothness on him though, so let's actually have a look at him, what we can do in terms of development. So smoothness, overtaking, and reaction. Let's see. Could do this one. It would help with cornering, smoothness, reactions, but once again, it's adaptability. They really just like to throw that in everywhere. Overtaking, defending. I don't think we need to worry too much about those stats just yet, particularly considering he kept Leclerc behind him for so long as he did. So I think we're going to move him over to pace for long runs. Smoothness is way more important in this year's game, for sure. And reactions will be nice to get up to a little bit. So we'll move him over to that development schedule. Quick question for ATA quali, basically hard, medium, soft. Will 2 flying left tricks still work? It should. It definitely works in Hungary. The reason why we want to do 2 runs is because ERS limits. You could do cooldown laps between runs. Try to see if that works, particularly when you have the hards. But in general, the two runs should work perfectly fine. You can even do 3 times 2 runs on the hards there. Hello, Callum. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Okay, let's see how we can do here for the pit stop. So, a different reason why we want to get Mechas over Sing is because, again, there's almost 10 points difference in aptitude, which should allow our pit stop times to be brought down under 1.8 seconds. We are, however, at our estimated pit stop time cap, so to speak. So, once you reach this cap, there's no point in doing gym. The calendar will still automatically set up gym time. You have to manually remove that. And we want to check here that we actually don't step into this segment here for the last day of the race weekend. That adds an extra 20% chance of making errors. And as you can see, at the end of this month, we are going to be lowering the chance of mistake by 0.6% basically. Pit stop times are going to be the same. Car building is going to have a slight boost. You can actually see it visualized as stats here. So you can see Sing is 86. Aptitude, that is the cap on the skill. If we got Meggies, this would go up to 95. So you can imagine why we want to have a high aptitude pit crew, well, sporting director. That is again what I would say is the most important stat for them. Then 2 McLaren saves, 1 doing intense, elder doing standard, took 4 to 5 underfloors to be good boost. Money efficient, but intense is faster. Intense is more expensive for sure in terms of what you're getting for it, but particularly early game when your expertise is low, doing intense is a wonderful way of quickly increasing it. So when your expertise is very low, doing intense can be definitely worth it, but as you get higher towards the 60, 70, 80%, you probably are going to want to switch over to doing standard. Your gains will be lower overall. Well, your gains will be lower, but it will be a more efficient use of money to expertise. So basically, it depends on what you're willing to sacrifice to get there. Yeah, basically, just contracts. It depends also from driver as well. In this case, I was talking about staff earlier. Yeah. I'm having fun. There's been a lot of people dropping by, which is always nice. Makes it a little bit more fun. Did have kind of a bad start to our first race where Norris crashed out, but that is, you know, that is racing. It is how it goes sometimes. Holdy's contract is ending. Prodromo contract ending. Palou's contract is ending. And this is actually kind of interesting because we have actually replaced all of them already. As you can see here, both of those are being replaced. Palou here is being replaced, so we don't really have a concern about these contracts ending at all. How much does Technical Chief and Aero Guy affect your car? Do they affect each new design or just flat passive boost your car overall? They boost designs. They are a pretty significant. They were in 22 a pretty significant boost, to the point where if you poached the staff of top team, you could do very, very well. But again, it's kind of depends. I haven't actually played enough to test the difference in staff members, so we'll probably get to see that next season. But this should be a sizable upgrade in our capabilities here, because if we have a quick look at the guys that we are poaching, Kadil is equal with Vac in terms of overall, but he has 98 rear wing, 98 underfloor, compared to our current guy, who has you see 80 here. That should be massive improvement. Now, in terms of percentage points, last year I believe each of these points were worth about 0.05%, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you basically say that you're getting extra 20 points in both of these stats, that is basically a percentage point. It might not seem like much, but in this game it can be massive, so it could definitely help. Has your sporting director not improved at all? Pretty sure he has improved. The problem is just I put him on the wrong. I had him running this one earlier in the season, innovation, because I didn't correctly assess the skills. Thought training and processes would be more important, but it turns out that the training rate is already quite high, so you don't really need to focus on particularly the training skill. Processes is nice for, of course, the less fatigue. But the one that you really want to focus on is aptitude. So again, we had him start on innovation, which didn't really pay off, and then we switched to industry standards a little bit later in the season. Development rate of young drivers, do they all seem to grow a lot? About the same. I haven't really tested that much Crimson. The only one that I've really had experience with would be Piastri as a young driver, Piastri and Tsunoda. As far as I've seen, they seem to be kind of growing at the same rates, so it's still looking kind of the same, honestly. We're going to gamble on getting Piastri into Q2. So yeah, I think they're growing around the same in terms of speed, but it's kind of hard to judge because they also made your race engineer affinity part of the driver growth. They've made your performance part of your driver's growth. So until we figure out exactly how that works, it's going to be kind of a hard one to estimate. So by putting on this new new rear wing, we should be improving ourselves quite drastically on the grid, which is very nice. Just checking here where we're at for the parts. Looks like we're good, but again, we are going to be buying at least an ERS, maybe a gearbox as well, so cost cap wise, we're probably going to breach that pretty easily. Now, since we are going to be breaching it anyways, we could probably get some more research done, so have a quick look at the rear wing. Regulation wise, we should be focusing high speed, so we're going to do just that, something like this. Get a little bit more of that high speed kill units back. As you can see, the medium speed is actually getting more of a gain. But that should be fine. We're going to do this research project for next year, which is going to make us even more poor, but that's fine. And research project in terms of efficiency, just put one engineer on it. It will be fine. What will happen if you breach the cost cap? Well, the thing is, we're also going to be trying to breach the cost cap this season because we want to see what happens. Others have said that it's just a fine, but I'm going to try and breach it by more than 5 million, which should, in theory, hit us with a CFD wind tunnel hit. So I'm going to try and breach it pretty substantially here and see what actually happens. Minimum lifespan, best for performance, but would cost massively in the long run. Well, for me, it has actually. We'd probably spend around the same amount of money, Josh, because crashes. That's the thing. If your drivers are really reliable, let me put it like this: if your drivers are really reliable, you're going to be switching out your parts quite often with minimum durability. But if they crash a lot to begin with, minimum durability is going to make much of a difference. You're still going to be spending a lot of money. I think that in terms of performance gain, just running minimum durability is a lot better than, say, doing an intense design. So you're gonna, in the long run, you're probably gonna end up saving money by doing it because you'll get more prize money, you'll be able to do more sponsor goals, and generally, I think the minimum durability is the best way of doing things, just because of that. It allows you to outperform your car in your position, so it's really, really nice from that point of view. Went over by 20 mil, only got a fine. Okay. Longest left in the season, it should be 6 races, as you can see. We actually have the new race here, Lusail, in just a minute. And this one is actually really funny, because it's badly balanced. Apart from engine, I spent 12 minutes for race miss. Yeah.
The Middle East this weekend for the Qatar Grand Prix.
Depends on how much you get over, yeah.
Making its debut as a
but if you want to actually over by 20 mil, Sergeant Pickle, and only got a fine, then I'm wondering if you get hit with the regulation, well, rather the loss of CFD and wind tunnel time if you do it twice, maybe. It would be nice if they added it, but then again, they might not do that. So, we'll see. If you reach the cost cap, you can't develop the car anymore for the rest of the season, and every time you buy something, you have to pay double. That's been interesting. You no longer can do any design or research, only emergency manufacturing, and get fined every month for paying wages. Okay. I know you had plans, but I'm added more upgrading facilities. Honestly, I don't think you really need to upgrade your wind tunnel and safety that much. I don't think it's gonna be a high priority, at least in season 1. I'd say getting an aero guy is gonna be more important, honestly. Do I know which drives have the best development rate? Unfortunately, I do not, Christian. What age will they stop increasing and start decreasing? I know that for Rick, who is 33 years old, he has yet to lose points while running the AlphaTauri save, but we have been outperforming the car. So that could be why he's actually been gaining stats. I know that Alonso, if he has bad results, can lose stats, so somewhere between 33 and 40 years old. But again, I don't know in particular. I haven't been playing with really old drivers, so I haven't really been testing it. At what point should I start researching? I'll use my catering budget. Personally, I would say once you have about, earlier I would say 20 to 30 million, now I'd probably say once you have 30 to 40 million, you might want to switch over to research. And what I mean by that is when you have 30 to 40 million left of your cost cap, I'll switch over to research, and then towards the end of the season, you have a little bit of a gap there, 5 to 10 million that you either can put into new parts, well, manufacturing new parts, or you can put it into, well, dealing with other problems. Hulk actually went up to 80 on my save so far, 79, yeah. All the drives will actually improve as long as you perform well, which is what they promised us. So I don't know exactly how it's going to work with, you know, drivers losing stats, but I have seen someone who witnessed Lando go from, well, Fernando Alonso go from, what did I call him? Nando. Go from 90 to 88 within just a few races. So it is possible, but it is very much dependent on their performance. Now, Lusail is, as I said, a bit of an interesting one for a couple of reasons, but mainly because the tire deck here is straight up non-existent. And it's also a sprint weekend, which also makes it even more interesting. So we're going to do practice manual here for P1, just to get a proper car setup to make our life a little bit easier. Hopefully that should make it so that they don't wreck the car. Hopefully. That's never a guarantee. It's just a potential promise, I guess. So we'll see exactly how hard this ends up going. People have already figured out the, you know, a good starting setup for Lusail, which isn't that surprising. Basically, this is it: 8, 13, 7, 3, 40, 90. And as I said, there are tools now where you can just put in your save game and it'll spit out exactly what is the perfect setup for your driver for any track. So you could use that if you want to be absolutely sure. But we're going to do it like this. In terms of what we're going to start on here, we're going to start on softs. The setup here is going to be very, very simple. We're going to start on the softs. We're going to do a run plan of about 20 laps, I think. That should be enough for the first feedback. We're going to reconfigure the car during practice. And we're going to do that just once, and then we'll reconfigure before quali. Because once we hit quali, we're not going to be allowed to reconfigure anymore. But I'm going to show you exactly what's so funny about Lusail right now. And you can actually see it right now. It's foggy. And even while running these tires on normal, we're not really getting any heat into them. And just a quick heads up here, we're doing avoid high-risk curbs and driving clean air, because they're lower powertrain wear mainly, and same one for this one. So it's a way to make your practice engines last a little bit longer. Norris seems to get 1 point per race, and as you can see here, we're actually not getting any heat into these soft tires, so even if we go aggressive, it's probably not going to heat up the tires enough. We might actually need to go full attack here to get the tires up into a working temperature window. And what this means is very simply that for the race itself, you can go full attack and the degradation isn't going to be anything above standard, which I'll show you once we get to the race part and the sprint part. But it does make it very, very interesting to run on this track. As you can see, we're running full attack, and we have no chance of actually getting the tires into the operable temperature window. So it's a bit of a funny one.
I'll get back to you on that one.
Signing all these Italian stuff is a good test for Forza Alpha Save later this year. Honestly, for the Alpha Save, we're going to be probably kidnapping the same Italian staff, yeah. We'll have to see, though. I am not very good with the, you know, nationalities of staff members, so I'll have to double check before I make any move for that save. Get 4 out of 5 seems best to figure out settings from last year. It could be, but I'm just going to be lazy here and get a 5 out of 5. And then we can reset it and then do one longer run on the hards. But as you can see, yeah, we're running hards. We're running full attack on the tires, and they're still being underheated with a 41-degree track and a 31-degree air temperature. So,
And virtual safety car.
as you can imagine,
So
this place is going to be kind of interesting to race at.
We're watching the Ferrari.
Got lucky and my save with Coscat gave me a reg change where it added an extra engine and gearbox. That one is actually a lifesaver only. I would love to get that regulation. I think we had that regulation actually, and it got voted down. So yeah, I would love to get that one.
There's a car in the wall.
Which, trying on pit stop time or reduce fails? I'd say focus pit stop time until you reach the cap. At one point you reach the cap on pit stop time. you can't bring it any lower, and then you start focusing on reducing fails. Which driver should I sign next season? As I am in the first team for Haas, I want to replace Hulkenberg. Honestly, that's a good question. I don't know who is the, the best quote-unquote young driver this year. So, you can test it out.
Copy.
Will you sign Italian Jesus back to Alpha? If we're going to go with Italian drivers as well for the Alfa Romeo save, maybe we'll have a return of Giovinazzi. But again, that is way down the line, so that's not going to be happening anytime soon. We should probably call these boys in though, because we do have the setup for both of them. So they will be calling them in here. Spinal. I reloaded my save, and Tsunoda's overall rating increased from 80 to 81. Honestly, again, there are some bugs with saves, particularly mid-session saves. Norris actually has a pretty good setup here, so what we're going to do is just this. Basically go to the extremes in 2 directions, and see if we can figure out the optimal windows for these 3. Put him on the hard tire, allow him to give him a run plan that's basically to the end of the session. 30 laps should do it. And we're going to do the same for Piastri once he's in the garage. And that should be a good setup here. Now, he actually has a lot more in terms of extremes, which is going to make it a little bit harder to find a good setup. So for now, we're going to try this. And of course, we can change this before quali, but he's probably not going to have the best quali confidence. And we're just going to have to live with that. It is what it is sometimes. And up that to 30 laps. There we go. We'll wait for them to reconfigure. Pocher is the best young driver. Yeah, Pocher is probably a pretty good choice, honestly. What's your car development guide and got a championship at Alpha? Congrats, very nicely done. Was that in season 1 or was that season 2? Duplexity? Duplexify, sorry. Would you sign Ricciardo to AlphaTauri by replacing De Vries after Silverstone? In my save, I actually replaced De Vries immediately, so and it has worked out well. De Vries does have a tendency to wreck engines and pass and generally not finishing the points. So if you want to, do well, it could be an idea to just sign him immediately. It did show crash when I was not paying attention here. That's unfortunate. That is pretty good, but that means we can actually do get a win by season 2. Very, very promising. Good work, Duplexify. Okay, send Norris out, send Piastri out, and now we're just gonna let them run until the end of the practice. Doing a McLaren 1-2, load in, what should I develop first? Probably the underfloor, as people are saying, with full CFD and wind tunnel hours should be a good choice. Just keep it basically balanced and put durability to minimum, and you'll have a pretty good starting point. Honestly, Toby, going intense with the first 6 upgrades is probably a decent enough strategy, and then you can go standard after that to have a little bit more wiggle room with your budget. Honestly, should be fine. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of the first thing that comes to mind. Apologies for that, Plexify. Anyone else that bug where both drivers retiring quality, doesn't damage parts, not sure what happens? Did you run out of fuel, Josh? Because you can still run out of fuel, but I've only had that happen when I run manually. But the funny thing is, you can actually manually cause red flags by doing that. So you could potentially tease quality even harder if you take manual control and run out of fuel. And it's same back in season 1. Top 6 crashes around and 1 with Dan Rick. That sounds like a very lucky moment, but we take those. Nothing wrong with winning with a little bit of luck. Hello, Willie. For 2 quality lap runs, should I include cooldown lap or not? No. For most tracks, you won't do that. You might want to for, say, the longer tracks like Spa. But in general, what the reason why the 2-lap thing is working is because the AI isn't properly pushing in sector 3 on their cooldown lap before starting a fast lap. So doing a cooldown lap in between might just completely, you know, cancel out the benefits of doing the two-run lap. So you kind of want to try and avoid, for the most part, doing a cooldown lap.
Okay, understood.
Something's happening.
That Norris something is happening was actually pretty good. If you're doing a stable alpha, watch out for show. Feels like you can't keep count track every single race. Monster. Well, you say that, but
Here's the replay. Now we're approaching.
currently we've had 3 cars out here. Oh,
Can't avoid making contact, and that's a tough one to take. For
that gives
both
me
driver
flashbacks to
and the
Charles in
car.
Miami, just spinning. But yeah, we had Leclerc out, we had Hamilton out, we have Show out, so you aren't necessarily wrong.
So there is a lot of debris
And Maurice,
the car still on the left-hand side, so I would stay to the far right.
If I know what LP needs in upgrading car pass, it's probably the same strategy as using AlphaTauri. It should work for them too. I don't know specific stats for Alpine, so I'm a bit unsure. Hello Thanos, how you doing? Yeah. On this track, you can actually have some insane red flags. So this is going to be an interesting one. I've had that happen. That it just didn't go into pit, carried on for some reason. It seems to be probably the same problem that was in 22, where your drivers can get blocked in pit entry Lazarus. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's still in the game. I've yet to experience it myself though, so it seems to have been at least a little bit fixed. No, no engine has died yet, but we've had a DNF from Norris, so we're getting there. Norris is trying his best. This engine is about to die though, and same here. So we are killing them in practice, at least. What facility would I upgrade first at McLaren? Probably the helipad, honestly. Helipad and then race sim and team hub. After that, maybe upgrade the factory by a level, but other than that, I haven't really thought much about it. That's probably how I would initially upgrade things. Don't really need to upgrade the weather center in this game, because the water level doesn't really change much. It just changes, the weather center basically just changes when, like, you know more precisely when it starts. It can move by 5-6 laps if you don't upgrade it, but that is way more manageable than it was in 22. So again, I would just do the helipad for extra sponsor payouts, and then I'd do the racing sim, team hub, and as I said, maybe one level of the factory, just so you have enough manufacturing slots if you have a bad season where everyone is crashing. I haven't had an engine failure in the race yet, Christian. Basically, random failures aren't in the game, but they have added now that when you are below 30% tire, you have a much higher chance of having punctures, I think, because I've had that happen twice now when I've been running a tire lower than you should. So still no real random failures. Of course, you will have a DNF if your components run to 0 during a race, but that would be a different story. Will I do a video on how to avoid going over the cost cap? Probably make a financial management video at some point, yeah, but gonna have to learn a little bit more about the game first. What is the best way to develop things like that? So as you can see, Piastri is going to be suffering from his set of satisfaction here. It's just how it's going to be. But this is just going to be for quali. We can actually tweak this before qualifying, which will have an effect for the sprint itself. So while it's not great, it's not completely terrible either.
Qualifying is coming.
And again, it seems like top speed isn't super important in this game, so that's why we went back to the old chassis. Crimson, if the engine's durability hits 0, it'll catch on fire if it's involved in a crash. No, but I'll give it a sparking tires. Yeah, if they have a puncture in practice or quali or the sprint, they will basically be sparking everywhere. Science Center and the shop, I forgot the name. The one that gives you more money. It's actually probably not a bad shout this year around. Last year was basically a waste of money with the refurbishing costs. Hello, Poconaldo. Welcome back. No, he's Batty. I mean, not. just a question about the qualifying run we did. For some reason, Catalunya, Albon went purple sector 1 and had really horrible sectors, but I did one run, so I'm confused. For Spain, it's actually a pretty long run to the line, so if you do 2 runs there, you could probably actually have improved on that, potentially. So, it depends. You can still have good just one runs like the AI do, but the reason why I think 2 runs is the best strategy is basically consistency. On some tracks, you'll have a bit of an improvement in your lap time, but generally, as I said, it is the consistency that really shines, because doing that 1 run where you just need to get blocked once and you might be out of quali, but with the 2 runs, you have 2 chances to get things done. Potentially also the second run will be in time improvement, but generally, I just feel like it is, as I said, mainly consistency. We actually are about to start quali, so I'll show you. You think that making track-specific parts are worth it? It can definitely be worth it in this game, because you can actually do that very easily, Thanos, with the decreased time. Also, particularly if you make the pass with standard. I'm going to be experimenting with that, actually, probably in the future. Probably not this week, probably not next week, but, you know, it'll depend on when I have time for it. But I think it definitely can be worth it. I think it's the car to be best. I like to put shit drivers in to keep it fun. Thank you, Matsuku. Appreciate it. Welcome. So yeah, for the run plan here, Pokonal, you actually can go into run plan here. And it's very easy to actually do 2 flying laps back to back. We just click that one up, click that one off. And as you can see in Lusail, they're actually really struggling to get heat into the tires. So even this might not be enough. You probably would have a better effect here taking manual control. But for the intensive purposes here, we're just going to do it normally. Do the same way for Piastri. Now, between every quali, you're going to have to do this. Just do the slider 1 like this. Because for some reason, they will automatically revert back to 1 run, which is silly. It doesn't always do that, but it does it enough that you might want to just do this between each quali session. I'm in Norway, gonna see you. Yeah, good luck with that. Never saw that option before. Yeah. No, it's a good way to change things around. You could also add additional fuel if you want to do things manually, want to have a little bit more freedom. So it's kind of up to you what you want to do there. We are going to use the best engine and parts there. We're going to use that 69 engine for Piastri as kind of a failsafe. For Norris here, I don't know if it's best to take the penalties here, because this ERS will die this race. It will hit yellow. So we are going to need that new ERS. It might be better to just eat the penalties here, honestly. Because this is... We're actually going to do that. We're going to eat the penalties here. There is a high chance of getting a safety car. There's a high chance of getting a safety car. We're not going to eat the penalties here because Norris is going to be the safety car, I think. So we'll play it a bit safe. I'll get a new ERS for next race, probably. I'm in Australia, so I watch whatever has Oscar Piastri. That is a fair way of doing things, honestly. So we did get a little bit closer here to what Piastri would prefer. We're going to kind of play it a little bit passively here, place things kind of in the middle. But that should be alright. We need to probably do it like this then. Yeah, we can do something like this. That should be doable. It's probably not going to be a very good setup, honestly. But it's going to be better than probably what we could do. Highest satisfaction would be 77%, as you can see here. And we are going to probably have a little bit better result than that, hopefully. For Norris, this should be a little bit better. Good here in cornering, so we kind of just want to go to the other side. It's good over here too, so we want to go to the other side. Remember, these two were greats. So for Norris, this might actually be the setup. We'll have to see though. Let's see. Yeah, it's not perfect by any means, don't get me wrong. But this will do good enough for what we need, honestly. Qatar setups are really weird. Yeah, they are, but that's not really a problem. We'll see what we end up with here after qualifying.
Track should be green.
See, now we can have an improved performance. I didn't see that. I know. Did it not say 86? Or am I not thinking? We'll see. If this setup comes out at 96, that would explain it though. Yeah. Again, Piastri just being a lot slower, which is a little bit unfortunate. And we have a crash already. Is it the Ferrari again? Ocon. Penalty for Ocon. Some things just never change, do they? So here in Lusail, you really don't have much of a time increase, but as you can see here, Piastri
Confirm.
is still a bit slower. He did improve at least, so
Remember,
that
the
is
delta needs to be
something.
negative
Looks
at
like
the end
Ocon
of the
crashed
lap.
with Sargent by the looks of things.
I could recharge on and box this
We
one.
are gonna do one more run like this. Basically to just build that confidence to maximum levels. And again, this place is very interesting in the terms that the tires just don't heat up here very well. So you can go full attack, but we'll do our best to try and get Piastri through. We're going to do 2 more runs after this with fresh tires. How good do you think McLaren can do in your saving quali? Well, we qualified 6 with Norris last race, so that's kind of where we can get.
Lando, you are currently P6.
Hold on, let me just going to send a picture. Man's got receipts.
So you are
Interestingly enough, on the Discord right now, someone is asking if anyone was on PS5 and if your console is overheating. It seems like the menu, for my computer too, while I'm in the menus, it will use a lot of power and the fans will be going, but once we get into the race, it calms down. So that might be the issue in console too, that it actually requires more computing power during menus, funnily enough. Got the Cadil guy from Ferrari as Williams because no one wanted to sign him. Yeah, I find that funny. I think the other team should be a little bit more aggressive in terms of poaching staff, so to speak. We'll probably test it with Rob with some new gen talents down the line in terms of what we can get away with. Now, for Norris, we don't really need to send him out again, but I am going to send Piastri out on fresh tires here just to be safe. Didn't get his confidence very high, but, well, to peak, really, but that is okay. So the rain graph, always the same scale. If you're thinking about the rain here, it will be very reliable, even at lower forecast accuracy. Like in AlphaTauri, we're at 60%. I haven't really been caught out by rain yet. It's just that you need to pay attention to when it starts and when it ends, because that will change. Thank you for being here, Jack. Hope you have a good evening. Enjoy your sleep. Piastri, not really improving much. He is kind of getting blocked though, so that is understandable. So yeah, this is the final fast lap. Ocon there actually kind of got out of the way. So let's see if he improves and if he gets into Q2 this time around. Looks pretty safe already, so we kind of wasted a set of tires here, but that's fine. Didn't really improve, but that is still good. My Erica 2 power cuts down in that, where PS5 wasn't happy. Yeah, it usually isn't when that happens. Nobody wants to come to Haas anyway, apart from Williams reserve drivers. Do ERS and gearboxes lose any performance as they downgrade, only when they hit yellow? What is minimum lifespan on the mean? On the gearboxes? Minimum lifespan on these? I don't think they have, well, minimum lifespan is basically just durability. That's the idea. So it is durability. I don't know why it's 10% lower than what it's saying here, but it should be just straight up durability. Thank you, Jack. Have a good night. I live in Norway, Callum. But gearboxes, yeah, they didn't really lose much performance in 22. I haven't really run any tests on it in this game, but in 22, gearboxes and ERS's acid lost performance. It wasn't a massive loss in performance, but at the same time, it was mainly the engine that would cost you. Basically, a 60% engine could cost you anywhere from 3 to 4 tenths a lap. 50% engine could be 6 or 7 tenths. So mainly the engine, but last game round 2, once you hit the yellow, they took massive hits. So I think it's not as bad in this year's game, but it's still not great. So be doing some tests on that later, but again, mainly focused on other things right now, so I don't really have the time. Would I recommend the game, or should I keep 22 and not buy 23? It depends, Dom. If you enjoy 22, you're probably going to enjoy the kind of extra challenge added with this version, to be fair. So it's kind of up to you, but again, I enjoy this. I feel like it is an upgrade to 22, but I understand that for some, the price tag might not be worth it. So again, kind of up to you. You're going to have to just see what the new features are and think if it would be worth it for you. If you think you're going to like the race moments, the starting grid, the scenarios, then this game is probably going to be worth it for you, honestly. Thank you, Callum. Time management is more attentive now? Yeah, for some tracks, but this track is going to be very funny once we get to the sprint and the race, because you'll see just how there isn't any tire degradation here. Top finish so far? I don't remember. What is our top finish? 5th maybe? 6th? We had a podium chance last time around, but we crashed out of that, so probably 5th or 6th. With a quality trick with 2 runs in a row, do that on all sessions. Yes, I do the flying lap, 2 flying laps on all sessions now. It's mainly just due to consistency.
If you could keep your pace up on the
As you can see, we are still very slow compared to Paris, but we are running older tires. They are also running older tires, but we're running even older, so that's fine. Piastri actually with a better time than Norris once. A bit of a surprise. But we'll only have time for 2 more runs here, so we'll set that up. And I think we can actually just do it now. Potentially get another singular flying lap in at the end if we're lucky. P1, come on, only car on track, yeah. It is a huge confidence boost though, so it's a good idea to get your cars out early just for that reason. I think I'll hold out until I complete my Williams speedrun. Taking me 3 seasons. Would it be more difficult if you did it when you did early game or when I did it late game? They did change or rebalance somewhat development in 22 at one point, so probably was easiest when I did it, to be fair. Because back then it was basically just intense underflow all the way, and you'd be king. So yeah, it is a little bit rebalanced in 22, but it is way more rebalanced in this game. So keep that in mind. For Piastri, we aren't going to be actually sacrificing those softs, even if it does mean getting into Q3, because mainly having softs is going to be very fun on this track. So we're going to need to include a cooldown lap, so we're going to have to reset Piastri here, like so, which will allow us to set him out, for Norris as well. We are going to be sending both cars out just to be on the safe side. And hopefully we can get one of these boys into Q3, because we are going to need to improve our times here, mainly because Alonso. So we're going to try and take manual control because of the characteristics of this track. So let's go full attack here. From the get-go, same here, we're going to go full attack. And I'll show you just how hard it is to get your tires up to temperature here. So we might actually, we probably should have done 2 outlaps here, to be fair. 2 outlaps to try and heat up the tires for the full run, funnily enough. Because as you can see now, we aren't even close to getting these tires up to temperature. And I don't think they'll even reach temperature during this run. So, oh, we actually did. Good. Norris did get the ERS hit though, but as you can see, didn't really improve anything, unfortunately. So we might have both cars out here in... Oh, Alonso, yeah, Alonso just barely improved above us, so both cars out in Q2, but it's still okay. Nothing about this case, a question about to ask might sound really stupid, don't worry about it, feel free. In F123, yeah, but in Manager it actually doesn't have any tire deg, I feel like. So we're getting ready for a sprint. Car part is damaged the ERS there. We are going to run this race with damaged ERS. It's just how we're going to have to do things. We could pick up new parts here because it is a sprint, honestly, and we're not really... We didn't qualify that well, so yeah, let's pick up a new ERS here. It's just what we kind of have to do then. Now, setups are pretty good here. We did get 94%, so we kind of hit it off well. Same with Piastri here. Could probably have gotten it a little bit better, that's fine. But for now, we are going to be switching over to our worst components. And that is mainly because we actually don't have a race right away. We have practice before the sprint. And this is a little bit annoying with sprint weekends, that you have practice, quali, then practice again. Particularly if you do switch your components around like this. But that should be fine. There we are. And if we wanted to try and get track acclimatization to maximum, we could try for that. But what we are going to do here is just sim this second practice, because we can't really change setups much. This game really lacks tracks ramping up and qualifying. Yeah. I would like to see a little bit more, you know, aggressive track evolution, but again, they have focused a little bit more on a casual audience for this game, so it's not that surprising that it works like the way it does.
Well, the excitement levels continue
the
to
underfloor the
rise
best
here
pass
as the
still.
teams prepare.
They're very balanced pass for 23 in the manner that they actually have things that they excel at. So you can make side poles that focus on engine cooling, you can make suspension that focus on brake cooling. Your chassis is actually really good for acceleration, so you can focus it on top speed. You can kind of make the pass specialized, so there's no really best or worst part anymore. Underfloor is still probably the best all-around part to invest in. But again, you can make specialized paths, and we actually have a good example here on our car in the rear wing. So the rear wing that we made, it's very good for velocity and drag reduction, as you see. We made a wing that basically is very good for good DRS wing, but not very good for the downforce part. So as you can see, we can make specialized parts. I can probably show you this a little bit better once we get out of the race. Kind of hard to see here. But specialized parts are a thing, which also adds to complexity, makes it a little bit more fun to do the game, because there's more ways of doing things now than just, oh, underfloor, front wing, rear wing, yay. You can do things a little bit more freely, which is nice. Durability, you'll make more. Yeah, durability just put down to durability is just not important. The performance you gain is massive, so I'd say that lifespan, I'd rather make a couple extra parts a year than lose the performance of upping lifespan, so I just put it to 0. I say the money is not worth it. How do you join your Discord? If you click the link, it should be good. Pocanaldo, let's see. It does say 96%, so potentially that I didn't actually see that. That's a bit confusing. Apparently I did make an error there. We could have got an extra couple of percentage points. Yeah, if you follow the link in the description, it should send you to Discord. Still not difficult to get first. It's way more difficult in 22 though, so it's a welcome change. Too much of an outage of how we swap out and use bad powertrains for practice and AI. Yeah, again, I really would like the AI to start using them properly, because you'd have way more. It would be way harder to get points then, because if the AI would just manage their components properly, that would be a nice change. I would like to see that reworked and sponsorship reworked, and I would be happy, honestly. Hello, Lenke. I'm doing good. How are you? Doing good today. But what we are going to do here is probably this. Although that is a little bit risky even with the degradation here. What we're actually going to do is this. Full attack mediums for Piastri. And since Norris actually has decent degradation, we're going to gamble on full attack softs for him. And this might sound like a horrible idea, but it actually isn't on this track because of the way that degradation works. Degradation is, as I said, virtually non-existent here, so we'll see how this goes. Norris is starting 6th, Piastri is starting 10th. So there's a lot of penalties at play, but Norris is going to be moved back
The sprint today sees the drivers
for the race itself.
We're ready for the sprint. Here
You can't say keeping pace with Aston's by Imola without having to push is a good sign of progress. Yeah, Aston is the second quickest car. Unless, of course, it's Stroll. So it lied to us on where we're starting. I guess it was telling us where the race starts we're going to be. So we have now put Piastri here on mediums, we have put Norris on softs, and we're going to try and go full attack for the entire race. And we immediately have some crashing here, which is going to make the soft run a little bit easier. And Gasly is going to get assaulted by a Haas.
It is dangerous.
Hulkenberg gets a bit of a penalty. It is what it is. So we'll be fine with it. And 2 race Williams, because yeah. If you have drivers that have confidence issues, you might just need to do low here. I usually keep it on medium for now. I did use high a lot earlier. So depending on where you're at, it might be beneficial. Like having very high driver confidence, we could put it to high for Piastri. But high or anything around there for Norris, I try and tune down because it is a bit of a risk. And I don't feel that risk is necessarily worth it. But it'll depend on, again, personal opinion. I usually start with the 2 flying laps in quali. 34% engine, this is fine. I've seen an AI run an engine down to 20% in the races, and it was a Mercedes, so you can't even use the strategy excuse. So the AI will really just use the engine if they have to, which is a bit unfortunate. They don't really have component management. Can you switch Piastri for Sainz next season? I think we're going to keep Piastri for now as basically a testing ground on how driver talent develops. But as you can see here, so far, the degradation on the softs are kind of funny. Because again, we are running this. This is what we expect, but we are running above it, and we are probably going to hit below the 30% by the end. But at the same time, we're running full attack, and the degradation is lower than expected. This is probably one of the only tracks where you can actually do that. We are pushing fuel a little bit too hard though, so that could be a problem. So yeah. But as you can see, Magnussen is kind of doing the same. He's even pushing harder than we are. So the AI is using the very same strategy here, which is good, honestly. To be fair, lots of 1 pass in the AIs that could be right, yeah. Tires overheating, does that affect tire wear and also performance? For example, you run aggressive tires too hot, you still go fast and running standard ones in the window. So the way that I look at it though with the tire wear is that as long as you run attack and you compare it to, as you can see, this is what we expect in terms of degradation, running attack. As long as this doesn't have a sharp dip, you usually don't lose much performance from running from overheating your tires. You actually gain time by doing this. In my personal opinion, that is how it seems like, based on my not only race results, but what I'm seeing in the races. So for Piastri, as you can see, he's running them kind of as we expect here. So for him, this is actually perfectly okay. And it's kind of the same for Norris here. So full attack is completely viable if you, as long as we don't have a sharp dip in performance. But for Norris here, we're actually going to have to tune him down a little bit here because, well, tire degradation isn't super bad. It is bad enough that if we don't cool it down a little bit, he is going to have to pit. So we'll take it slow for a couple of laps here. I don't think we can catch up to the top teams anyway here. And we have lost a little bit more now than, say, Russell, who we are currently following. We might want to just go ahead and harvest a little bit here. So we couldn't go fully aggressive, but we could still make something out of this. I think I can get a win this season? Probably not. It's going to require some crashing. They will get slower and slower as tire overheat. You'd think that, yes, but I have had times when I can go just full out attack the entire race, and I see better results than if I replay that race on basically a testing save with running it normally. So it's a bit of an interesting one. On some tracks, it's definitely going to be that the overheat, particularly if it drops sharply, is going to hurt you a lot. But on some tracks, it's viable. Now, we have probably run a little bit too aggressive with Norris. Probably shouldn't run aggressive for the first, like, 10 laps or so. Started doing attack now. So we kind of screwed him over, but it is what it is. We actually have a virtual safety car. That's going to help us out a bit with that. Going to help us out a bit with fuel too. Leclerc is out. Okay.
And here we've got a yellow flag.
Leclerc
Let's
is
take
not
a
liking this
closer
track.
look. And it was involving Leclerc this time. And ends up making contact with the barrier. That will have knocked their confidence, I'm sure.
That's bye-bye gearbox.
And just like that.
So is underfueling this year's meta? I haven't really tested out really underfueling yet because it doesn't seem to have any good or negative effects, honestly. So it's kind of a hard one to say there. Let's watch a lot of other creators and they say struggle to improve on new tires. Are you thinking in quality? Yeah. I have kind of seen the same, that fresh tires don't necessarily perform much better, well, any better than, say, 1, 2, 3 lap used tires. So they might actually have done something there with scrub tires kind of are beneficial, but I don't want to say anything too certain there. It could really be that actually they've done some changes there too, where, as I said, scrubs might be beneficial. And scrubs in this context is basically tires that have been, you know, ran a lap or two. Now we'll try and keep Norris here with Russell and fight for that point. We'll see if we can do that. Actually forgot to toggle on the ERS assist. Really wish there was just a always on button for that, but you need to toggle it on after every session. That is what it is. If you get the temp right, you can stay on aggressive. Well, we are good now. We'll drop down into 30 by the end, but that's because I was a little bit too aggressive here. That's fine. I think it's particularly on the medium and hards you'll have bigger gains. Did kind of run his ERS empty though. That's my bad too. Looking a little bit too much at chat maybe. Alonso and Stroll crashing into each other at Saudi. Yeah, that's kind of the risk here. It seems like teammates are more prone to just straight up taking each other out. So I'd be careful with that. Can we see the standings after this? We are 6, about 50 points behind Alpine, so we're not doing too great in this save of ours, but the main reason is, well, Piastri, but the second reason is that we've had a lot of crashing. So we can have a look at the standings, but that is where we're at right now. How Sainz could leave Ferrari if they're not committed to him? The thing is, the Sainz rumors are that he is looking at Alpine, or rather his dad is. So with the Alpine restructuring, could be a funny little moment there. Now we'll tune down the tires a little bit here. We'll be fighting Magnussen for 9th. Well, we can actually just go full attack. It's just 1 lap left. Now this does put us into risk for, you know, getting a puncture, but that's fine. Deploying ERS is also something that we will be doing. So no points in the sprint. Could probably have put Norris 2 on the medium. Would probably actually paid off better here. But yeah, loose sail, medium, and hards kind of just don't really die. So you could try that out for yourself. And we'll be trying probably a medium to hard one-stopper for the race. So 9th and 11th, that is acceptable. Not great, but it's not terrible either.
A bad day for Landon.
I think Rebel will offer Piastri C for 25. That would be one hell of a snatch. Yes, I used to deploy to start a race. At least I'm getting the board target. Yeah. Teammates take each other out is crazy. Alfa Romeos will usually take each other out because they're slow and run close to each other most of the time. Same for the Alphas, if they're AI controlled. As you can see, these guys are virtually a second within each other. These two are within a second of each other. So they do have a tendency to run together, and that's why they kind of kill each other a lot.
Welcome.
What actually does Top Up do in ERS? Top Up is a you know, weaker version of Harvest. You fill your ERS less, but you're having an easy time keeping up with the cars in front. I've had both Ferraris take each other out at several occasions. I've even had the Red Bulls take each other out. So having teammates that are close to each other can be both a blessing and a curse in terms of skill level. Let's see here, standings, if we can find them. I don't think we have standings here, so we're probably going to have to watch after the race. That was the sprint. We now have the race itself. And this is what we're going to do. Full attack once again. And potentially This is going to be 36 seconds quicker. Of course, if we do this, it's going to be a bit slower. But this is potentially 36 seconds quicker than anything anyone else can do. Good 30 seconds quicker than this. Even quicker than this. So we're going to do medium, hard, medium. I think we do have the tires for that. Yeah, no problem. Same for Piastri. And I think this is probably the best strategy for Lusail, funnily enough. So we're going to try this again. But the last time I ran Lusail, the degradation was kind of like this. The mediums would go basically here. The hards would kind of be in the middle. So if we have the same temperature, same track conditions, this is probably going to be the best strategy, just for fun. Now, Piastri is actually starting pretty high up in 7th. Norris starting 6th. But I don't think that's accurate. We'll have to see in a second, though. 0.2 megajoules, yeah. The way that works is that you regenerate less, so we'll jump into the race and I'll give you a bit of a look.
We're about to get going here in Qatar.
So where are we actually starting? Because I'm not seeing us in 6th.
And it's lights out and away
So,
we go.
oh, I might actually need to take a break. I didn't actually remember we were McLaren. So we are starting 6th and 7th, even though we 8 penalties. That's good. We'll take that. Now, top up here, as you can see, is a weaker version of Harvest. Instead of giving us a full megajoule, it gives us 0.2. But we lose less lap time as a result. We lose a lot of lap time with Harvest. We lose less lap time with top up. So, yeah, it's basically a difference between those two. Nothing too much more than that. Look left. Yes. I did kind of oversee the McLaren in their entirety, which is kind of bad, honestly. Not great. So yeah, I might need to just take a very, very short break here. Is it me or is it really dark there? It is, honestly. What we are going to do though is remember to put on the battle assist. And
Overtake is available.
we'll see what we're looking at in terms of tires. So everyone, well, most of them are on the mediums. Currently we have Norris here, kind of attacking Perez, who's running side by side with him. Kind of boxed in here, can't really do much, but it's still looking good. Currently my second Williams got Yuki instead of Sargent. He cost me so much money. Yeah. Game gets real dark, but helmet cam is bright. Some tracks get darker than others, I feel.
Why did it? Okay.
I love that Norris can just be very, very salty at times, honestly. He gets a tad too competitive, and then he gets a tad too happy when things go well. And they actually kind of reflect that in the game, which is interesting here. But yeah, Norris is sticking with the top 4 here, and Russell. Piastri is kind of keeping up. And we have Albon running in 8th here, with Sargent in 11th. So Hamilton, Leclerc at the back. This could be a bit of an interesting one, where if we stay alive, points are definitely on the table. And we'll keep an eye here on, as I said, just how aggressively these tires actually end up burning down. Lando triggered, yeah. Always use ERS assist for race. I do. ERS assist seems to, for me, doing what it's supposed to do. It seems like also if your driver isn't fighting anyone, the ERS assist might actually be running top up at times. So it's not necessarily a bad thing to have it on. Generally, it's generally you handling the responsibility of dealing with the ERS, which recharging and, you know, attacking to your driver. And again, it might need a little bit of polish, but it does, I feel like, at least do its job. Kind of as intended. How does the ERS battle assist work? If we have a look here, basically allows the driver to conserve some energy throughout the lap. Can be used when battling, either to help overtake or defend against another car. Basically allows your driver to make decisions on when to overtake or defend while using energy. So it basically automates the ERS for you. Remember being able to win races in year 1 with Williams? Has it changed at all? They developed better and also race strategy. They have rebalanced development for sure. James, it's more expensive for one. So in general, you're gonna need luck for the most part if you want to win a race in Season 1 as one of the worst cars. I have gotten a podium at one stage in Season 1, but again, you are gonna need some luck, so it's pretty difficult. I think Season 2 is winnable as the bottom team, but it's gonna require you to probably do things very, very efficiently. The AI does develop better. The AI does use these tabs, so they're way more competitive this year. But also keep in mind that the AI still is stupid on one aspect, and that is their car condition. Now, Leclerc did actually crash his car so badly last time around that they gave him a complete new set of components. So he's a bad example. And actually all of them are being bad examples right now, because they all have good components. But generally the AI will still run these components into the ground, kind of, as you can see here, Sargent, Magnus Hulkenberg, bad ERS, De Vries, Hulken again. So in theory they're bad at component management, but they're way better at being, you know, aggressive, changing their strategies for the races themselves. So they do give you a bit more of a fight now. Basically, in Lusail, if you have a look at this, we're running attack, but the tire degradation is less than expected with attack. And as a result, we can pretty much run attack with no problems at all. Now, Norris actually has pretty high smoothness, which allows him to do this far more reliably than Piastri. Piastri we might need to tune down a little bit, probably put him on aggressive for a few laps here, just to make sure that we don't completely put these tires in the graveyard. But in terms of tire temperature here, as you can see, if we go over here, tire temperature, we are overheating them, but we're slightly to moderately overheating them. Very little here. And I'm pretty sure the tire performance and wear rate in terms of overheating is on a sliding scale, meaning that slightly overheating them isn't necessarily a bad thing. But once you start going over 135, that's when you're going to start seeing problems for the medium. So overheating the tires, it's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as it's very minor. And an example of that is Norris kind of keeping up with the cars in front right now, while having a car that shouldn't actually allow him to do so. Piastri intent as well, kind of doing it without a car allowing him to do so. So with that in mind, attack can be good, but you have to try and make sure that you don't get, you know, into a position where you extremely cook the tires. A little overcooking is fine, or overheating. Does the car get slow if your ERS reaches 0? Yes, the way the ERS work is that it extra, basically this is extra horsepower, and if it reaches 0, like it did there, you lose that extra horsepower. So you kind of want to have something to use. It basically allows your car to be accelerate quicker, and well, by accelerating quicker, you'll have quicker lap times. So kind of important to manage. You can also save up energy and use it to try and overtake other cars, and that is basically the purpose of the ERS. Maybe it just doesn't work on PS5. What are you thinking of? The ERS assist? I did 2 laps full deploy, then stick it to neutral ballast assist, and by then it loads of overtakes and topped it up to 100. Yeah. I do think that they recharge when they have the opportunity. Like, Norris doesn't really have an opportunity to recharge his ERS right now, neither does Piastri. But if they're running in free air, I'm pretty sure, or running ahead of the car for an extended period of time, I'm pretty sure they do top up the ERS with the battle assist. Because they do get close to 100% rather quickly when that happens. Has turned into rocket ship towards the end of my first season? That does sound very interesting. Yeah, like, wait, I'm being overtaken by us. Most engine stats can change at the end of the season. Not that I know. Engine stats are still static, but there is one guy on the F1 Reddit who is currently making a tool that has is allowing for some database changes. Basically now it's driver stats and you can move drivers around as you please. But he's planning on continuing developing that tool, so he might give us a way to you know, do that in the future. Basically, potentially random roll engines and things like that, which would make games more fun. The ERS assist, yeah. Our ERS parts seems to deplete more than last year. I'm pretty sure the ERS parts now actually are tied to engine cooling in terms of their degradation. So yeah, they do degrade a little bit quicker. And you are for sure going to have to buy at least one ERS for both your cars over the course of the season. Piastri is still just falling backwards. Leclerc is doing well, but this kind of proves also the difference in driving capability between these two in terms of Piastri and Norris, and they have done Piastri dirty here, unfortunately. I haven't tested that, Callum, so I don't know, but in theory it is a battery, so draining it and, you know, recharging it should over time have an effect on the ERS, but I don't know if they have actually implemented anything like that. What I'm thinking is that we're going to go attack with Piastri. We're going to let him run for one more lap, and then we're going to be pitting him. Get him in a tad bit early. We're going to have Norris run a lap extra here. Actually, we should probably just get him in as well. There's enough of a gap between them where that should not be a concern. Get them in, get him on the hard tire, and that should be fine. Does engine and brake cooling make a difference this year compared to last year? Brake cooling does have an effect on tire temps, so it's actually kind of important. Engine cooling seems to have an effect on, as I said, where for ERS and engine mainly. So that too does seem to have, you know, kind of an importance. It definitely will be with the fact that engines now cost 5 million compared to last year. So just financially, you do have an incentive to kind of get your engine cooling up. ERS has cost 2.5 million, and with the cost cap now being more of a pain, you can see how, you know, having those two covered off could be kind of important. I don't know, since Piastri's one engine and gearbox and 30 and 40 with 2 crashes, well, notice 80 and 50. Yeah, you lose about 5% for just a race, I think. 5 to 6% usually. That's what I'm seeing on the engines at least. So now that with the lockup, at least he didn't touch us. Norris is doing well here, got by Hulkenberg. Lap times basically running about 1.7 seconds quicker, so we are catching up to the cars in front. But again, anything higher than, I think, 4th here is going to be a bit of a stretch. Stroll hasn't pitted, Gasly hasn't pitted, top 3 hasn't pitted. But in terms of what we can actually catch here, it's probably going to be Russell. That is going to be the goal for this pit stop. Okay, Piastri is getting closer to the Williams. We probably are going to have to help him a little bit to get him further up, but as you can see already, there's a good 27 seconds. Piastri is a pit stop behind. So time is going to be a bit more of a pain here. Figured out the best way to set up pit crew training? I did. Probably have a guide on it either later tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow though. I basically have the guide ready, but I'm finishing a season up so that I can have a calendar training plan with it, so that you can, you know, have a good idea of how I achieved it. But yeah, pit crew training is fairly straightforward and simple once you get into it, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. Piastri should have no problems overtaking here. He actually did it very easily. Norris 2 seconds behind Gasly, 2 shouldn't have really any problems. I would assume Russell and Gasly here might be trying for the one-stopper, medium to hard, so that could be very interesting considering that we already caught Gasly. Also qualifying is such a pain. Piastri down second time in turn 1. Car came out of the pits. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain there. The 2 fly lap does make things a little bit more reliable from that perspective. Russell finally pits and will come out way ahead of him. Could actually have Hamilton kind of hold him up there, but that works out for us. Honestly, Piastri again, it's kind of a shame, but we can't really do much for him. He just needs to get up his pace stats further up, or we need to make a masterpiece of a car. Those are really the only 2 options that we have. Now Gasly should be pitting within this or the next lap, so we might not need to overtake him. And as you can see with Norris and the degradation on the hard in particular at this track, you can see just how much he's saving due to smoothness. And even Piastri is saving on the hard here, so you can definitely go full attack for the entire stint and not really lose out too much. Show the track. What are you thinking? Like, it says you get less tire performance, tire wear rate. That's fine. Because, again, our tire wear rate isn't anything close to what you would expect for full attack gear. This is what we would expect. But at Lusail here in particular, the tire wear rates don't really hit attack levels. So even if we are slightly overheating the tires, I think this is going to be the quickest strategy. I do want to test at a later point though, aggressive versus attack gear. Basically the same strategy running aggressive, because aggressive shouldn't overheat at all, while attack barely overheats. So I want to see if there's any difference in terms of lap times there, and if slightly overheating or moderately overheating while running attack versus aggressive is worth it to some degree. Yeah, sorry about that. We dropped some frames there, but I think it's fixed itself now. Probably my connection dropped for a second. I have not done a race strat video yet, Nods, but it's one of the things that I'm planning to do at some point. It's just that there's so many things that I want to do, and I kind of have limited time during the day. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they've actually added, you know, dealing with the harder tires into a smoothness stat now, because smoothness does have an effect on tire drag. So if the tire doesn't degrade quick enough, because again, we see here that Piastri and Norris, they pitted on the exact same lap. Norris is struggling with higher tire drag than, sorry, Piastri is struggling with higher tire drag than Norris. So I really would like to see if I'm going to experiment in the future a lot with driver stats, particularly smoothness here. Say it's 20 points difference in smoothness, but every other stat is the same. The cars are equal, and just see what kind of lap time difference we're going to get over the course of a full stint. Because potentially, smoothness might be one of the best stats to give you to your driver right now, which is a huge change from last year's game. So we'll have to see what how that actually works out. Vice Academy Qatar, I can oblige while catching up with chat. Let's just get the mouse out of the way. I've had a run tires to 8% or even puncture to get the one-stop match to soft at multiple tracks. Yeah, two-stoppers seem to be the way to go for this year, honestly. So I don't feel one-stop is really worth it unless you have extremely high smoothness. So need to make some decisions there. Mid-session saves are indeed very handy, honestly. It seems so that the mid-session saves are the reason why the AI will break the tire rules, though. So it's probably why I haven't really seen it so far. And well, as I said, AI will break the tire rules mainly because of the mid-session saves. So possible patch in the future, I would hope. Running slow pace and low fuel in practice, have your engine wear slower? It did in 22. I would not surprise it if its base does the same in 23. But basically avoid high-risk curbs and driving clean air for practice. As you can see, powertrain wear and temperature, less of an effect. And for this one too, powertrain wear, less. So you can run both of these in practice at any given time, and it should help you with wear when you're doing that manually. I'm with McLaren, did a lot of research, and coming into Bahrain Season 2, I'm still like the 7th or 8th worst car somehow. Yeah. Development in this game has kind of been revamped, Adam, so it's a bit harder with both research and development. Unless knowing exactly what you did, though, I can't really explain why, unfortunately. But they have definitely changed it, made it a little bit more difficult, a little bit more complex. The AI will tend to run down the tires pretty low, particularly on this track. We have Tsunoda running 34. We can actually just have a bit of a look at that as we go. But the AI will for sure run their tires into the ground if given the opportunity here. And that is kind of interesting too. In terms of lap times now, Alonso's catching up to us, Russell's catching up to us, Leclerc catching up to us. But generally, we are looking very, very promising here. Again, they're probably going to be on these hards to the end. So when we go onto this second set of mediums, we could potentially have a huge advantage. We will probably stretch these hards a lap or so longer, just so we can make sure that those mediums don't hit that 30 mark. Because at 30%, they really do drop off. And Tsunoda finally does pit. I think you can actually check the, not the tire wear per se, car condition. Yeah, you can. So you can actually check over here what the AI has been using the tires for. For instance, Leclerc brought them down to 35. Sainz brought it down to 43. So you can check how the AI is doing tire strategies for each track. And you can kind of guess if they're running aggressive or, you know, taking a bit slower based on the tire deck. So you actually have opportunities here to analyze what they're doing. And as you can see here, Hamilton did actually do a couple of push laps on these broken mediums. And he managed to actually improve his lap times compared to, you know, before. So Hamilton accurately represented, I guess. Yeah, AI can hit punctures very easily. The biggest crash, probably a pileup of about 10 cars, honestly. However, only 2 of those cars actually got out, so it depends. But yeah, you can go in here, you can have a look at what the AI is doing. You can actually see from the lap times and the tire temps when they're pushing. So for Ocon here, actually have a good example of that. You can see that he's running 110, then he decides to push, and he keeps on pushing for a couple of laps here, and he actually overheats his engine a little bit as well. So you can actually get a lot of data from this in terms of both how the AI does their strategies and also if it's beneficial or not. So we're actually catching Perez at the moment. Perez is on fresh softs though, so he will probably not be able to keep up with them. But we're getting closer here on this track in particular. Again, drivers like Norris can definitely take advantage of this. Piastri is going to have a bit of a harder time just because lower pace, lower smoothness. So as I said here, loose sail, go full attack. If you have experienced drivers can push their tires, it's definitely worth it. As said, we are going to push a couple more laps here for Norris just to be on the safe side. So we'll let that go. I don't think refurbishment came out of the cost cap last year either, Adam, so I wouldn't be too worried about that, but I'd probably put my money on something else. Most impact upgrades are both wings and floor. What does anyone else reckon? Side pods are very good for engine cooling. Suspension is very good for braking. You can actually make specialized parts, so underfloor, front wing, rear wing, of course, are as powerful as they used to be, but you can actually change things around a little bit. So I think we're going to get Piastri in here now. Get him into his medium stint. And for Norris, we can actually just get him into, honestly. Although holding up Alonso here would be kind of funny, but again, we kind of are just going to be pitting onto the better tire. And we're probably going to come out behind even Gasly here, maybe just about in front. But this is a good pit window. It's a bit of a shame though that we didn't get a safety car to help us out. But now we are basically done our final pit stop. These hard runners, I think we can potentially end up eating all of them. So we'll have to see exactly if we can pull that off. We have 20 seconds up to Alonso and 15 laps to do to try and get it done. Rate this game out of 10. I'll probably give it an 8 or a 9 because I enjoyed this type of game. I still like that message, just other people hitting the walls. Again, let's see here what actual full push lap is going to be here for Norris. 25.3. Still a bit too slow to catch Alonso with the laps that we have left, but I say it's still worth it in terms of strategy, honestly. We're 18 seconds behind. Alonso is kind of slowing down though, so as we do more push here, we might get closer to him. We'll see though. 24.7. Alonso did improve his time too though, so not really that much of a gain. But catching Leclerc, we're at least going to be able to catch Russell. But again, Piastri just doesn't have the pace, can't really help him. Could of course deploy a little bit of ERS to try and help him out here, but even that isn't really going to change much. Hello, William. Do you actually watch every race that pace you're gonna do season in a year? I'm sorry if I'm not following you, Sean. I do races usually in 4.8x, but sometimes I just chill out a little bit and do them 1x. People do enjoy the new helmet cam, so someone wanted to have a look at that, so just showcase that quick. But yeah, you can do races out. You can always play this game exactly how you want. There's nothing stopping you from playing it slowly if you feel like that is more enjoyable. Last year I struggled with the cost cap. This year I've got to be careful. Yeah, that cost cap can really sneak up on you, honestly. You think they'll ever do some kind of co-op? Probably not for this year. Probably not even next year. I think if they keep on making this for, you know, more than just 3, 4, 5 years, then they probably will add it. But I don't think it's something that is important on their docket. But it would be cool to add. It would be cool though, let's be honest, being able to kind of fight your friends in this. It would be interesting though to see how you would handle it without really, you know, any type of pausing. How was the fast lap? We can have a quick look here. Good race so far. P7, P15. Yeah, no, Piastri just isn't having a good time here. We're running 24 ones, 25.5. If this keeps up to the end, we are actually going to catch potentially Alonso. Just about. Leclerc and Russell are definitely up for grabs. So depending on what they have left in terms of tyres, they might decide to push. But Leclerc has virtually none. Alonso, his tyre is going to be fine. So we're probably not going to catch him. But the Ferrari and the Merc is definitely up for dinner here. What actually happens if you break the cost cap? You get fired? You usually just get fined, Yankee. That's what people are saying. We had one chap who showed up and told us that he broke the cost cap by 20 million, and all they did was fine him. So I would have liked it if they added a bit more severe penalty for breaking it, but if it's just fines, if finances allow it, you probably would break it every chance you get, honestly. So we'll have to see it. We probably need to harvest for half a lap or so, because this is going to be a DRS train. It's going to be a pain to get through, and Alonso is potentially also within grasp if we can get quickly by Leclerc and Russell. Good test, see if ATR works in multiplayer. ATR works with multiplayer. I'm so sorry, James, I'm not sure I follow you there. Okay, let's push fuel. Get close to... Okay, it looks like Russell actually lost DRS, so this should be an easy pass. 3 laps to go now. Oh, didn't actually get the pass done. Let's deploy then. And I think for Norris here, we can actually do a little bit more aggressive on the overtaking in the hopes that we can catch Alonso. That's going to be the goal here. I'm planning on sticking with the current drivers, Piastri and Norris. Yeah, I got a 1.5 million fine. That's how much I went over. Yeah. Okay, with 2 laps to go now. Again, probably going to get Leclerc. We did kind of get held up behind behind Russell, unfortunately. But Leclerc is definitely up for grabs here as well. Piastri, again, didn't do as well. Probably could have ran him probably aggressive. Might have had a better result here. But high smoothness definitely allowed Norris to get a little bit of an edge here. And we are going to just deploy now to the end. Try and get Charles.
Max Verstappen
Could actually be struggling a little bit with here.
Today's winner.
That's the checkered flag.
That's P14. P14.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to get Leclerc, unfortunately.
Thank you.
But I still think it was a decent try here. We are just a few seconds behind 4th. So with DRS, can we get something done here? Not really. If we had saved energy for the main straight here, it probably would have gone a little bit better there. I'd still say that's a good race result though. So Leclerc actually made it 15 places, which is pretty good for him as well. Can be very happy with that. Yeah, I know, Callum. Red Bull starts with penalties. I would have liked to see the added stuff like that if you break broadcast cap, yeah. How much research have I done this season? We can probably have a bit of a look here. Take Hamilton back. Game's currently alpha stage. 2 all wouldn't work. Multiplayer would be a good way to see if ATR would work and close the field up. Cost cap should reduce by how much you overspend by. Also the other penalties. K-Mag back to McLaren. Will there be a research guide? Probably, as I said, I'm probably going to make guides for most of the parts of the game, but again, I'm limited in how much time I have. So they'll come out when they come out, but I'll be probably making guide for most of the aspects of the game. Pit stop award, we did well again. We'll have a look at the standings in a second. I clicked a little bit too aggressively, but we are winning the pit stop standings at least. Not the greatest there. Did lose a bit of money here because we failed the qualifying position streak with both drivers out in Q2. That's going to cost us. So sponsorships can also be very, very expensive. Piastri has been disappointing. That's the best way I can describe it, Dickinson. Or Dean, sorry. He's been quite a disappointment, honestly. It's a bit unfortunate because he's just lacking mainly pace stats. Get his smoothness up a little bit, and I think he would probably do a lot better. Smoothness might actually just turn out to be one of the most important stats for this game, as it turns out, which would be hilarious compared to how bad it was last year's. Planning on switching for 24 engines? I don't know, we'll see. We did want to have a look at the standings though, so we'll do that quick. The championship standings here, we are 6th. We are probably not going to catch Alpine. Alpine had a pretty good race when we crashed out in Japan, where they finished 4th and 5th, if I remember correctly. That gave them a huge haul of points, so that's probably when we lost this fight, unfortunately. In terms of drivers, Lando is 9th, and Piastri is 14th. Isn't really scoring points, unfortunately. Pit stop, we're winning. And in terms of the other championships, let's say F2, we have Pocher ahead. Daruvalla, Duan, and Bessie is 6th. The Shaw is 13th. So, honestly, not too many not really any upsets there or anything like that. Pocher is probably one of the best talents. He's now 78 overall. Technically, he's about to, catch up to Piastri. Could potentially go by him as well. And as you can see here for F3, Beganovic is leading, Aaron 3rd, and Goethe in 3rd, Minion 4th. So they too seem to be developing fairly okay. That is what that is. Schumacher in the game should be Mirko Serbia. How old is Mick? 25, 26? You can check if he is here because I know that some teams have 2 reserves and sometimes they don't actually add both of them. Actually, we can just do it like this. Yeah, Schumacher is in the game. Rated 78 overall, reserved for Ferrari. Basically, he is now worse than Piastri in theory. We could scout him to look at his stats at some point later. Yeah, we have basically only been focusing on making our pit stops as quick as possible because it gives money. I'm in year 1, Noah, basically 2023. Yeah, this is the first season. In terms of the research that we've done so far, we can have a quick look. We have basically caught up on the regulation changes for next year in terms of the front wing. It's actually going to be an upgrade, as you can see. We're lacking a little bit in the high speed, but that's fine. For the rear wing, we haven't really done much research. We kind of need to do that. For the underfloor, same here. I just don't think it's caught up. And suspension, we've actually done just a tad. But the main thing here is the front wing, getting that extra brake cooling. And also some airflow sensitivity, which translates to, again, better cornering. But I don't think they actually update that until the end of the month. So I think we actually did... I'm pretty sure we did some research not too long ago. Unless I am remembering other things. So we actually get a warning here about the cost cap limit. We have 5.5 million left to spend. So, yeah. We're getting there. I want to inform you that we're getting close to breaking the cost cap. We are currently... No, we're not that. We're 5.5... Well, I guess that is true. Remaining is 9.2 million. But the expected remaining is just 5.5 with the other costs. So with that in mind, yeah. If you exceed the cost, we will not receive a fine. We'll not be able to spend any more on car development. This will reduce the most confidence in you and stop us from staying competitive for the rest of the season. Okay, so it tells you actually you will just receive a fine. So, but again, I really would like it if you could hit in, the performance. On ATI, I put all in underfloor. I'd probably do underfloor again, Josh, probably for the first 2 or even 3 periods. Next year, we'll probably manage the F2, F3 teams of the promise in the first game. It would be nice if we can get a junior kind of academy, youth program, so to speak, where we can support at least F2 and F3 drivers. But yeah, I feel like I made a mistake. De Vries is beating Yuki. Some features would just be late. How's Flourish doing in, I think it's Flourish. Flourish? I'm probably butchering a name again. I'm really good at that. We can have a look at that quickly. In F3. Yeah, where is she? Am I blind? There she is. 18th, 40 points. So, not too bad. Rated 55 overall. Could probably, once she's done enough seasons. Does she actually have any previous seasons? Yeah. Once she's done this season, we could potentially try and snap her up if we really wanted to make things a bit interesting. But the car does need some development before that, honestly. We have a failed underfloor. I think we are going to be not making a new one. We're just going to replace it. And since we are getting to the point of the season where we have, well, 5 races left to do, okay, that might be a bit too much of a stretch. So we are going to manufacture an underfloor, but this might actually be the last research we do. We're probably going to do 1 more underfloor research with the CFD time that we're getting. But research-wise, we are probably running towards the end there. Just on what we can do within cost cap limits. We are going to be breaching it, but again, it seems to just be a fine. So, can be a bit difficult to spend more. How exactly do you want me to spend more? Well, we could, of course, make that underfloor, keep our pass up in order, and research all the way. But because we do have a little bit extra money in the bank. Can you have 2 reserves in this game now? No, you can't, which is why some drivers are missing. Because teams are missing, because teams have more than 1 reserve. Drivers, let's see here. Hamilton's rating has gone down to 89. Same with Alonso, they're both kind of going down. Which is probably one of the reasons why Verstappen is getting more and more dominating. We could actually pick up Charles Leclerc. Charles. This would be hilarious though, if we kidnapped Leclerc. Who else can we kidnap? Okay, Lando is open for negotiation. We could kidnap Hamilton, potentially for a season or 2. Could pick up the Ferrari. We could go full Ferrari here, pick up the Ferrari drivers, but again, I think we'd be financially crippled by doing that. The only driver who's actually interested is just Verstappen and Perez. So this is kind of interesting, honestly. So yeah, we might end up scouting some drivers here, see what we can get. But I think we're just going to stick with Piastri. We are going to be kind of in the negatives because of that, but I do want to figure out how to, you know, kind of make him work. Chassis is in a low stock. Again, we're going to give Piastri this one too. Cornering is probably more important than top speed. And we are manufacturing it too. So we're going to have to sacrifice a little bit of engine wear, but it should be okay. But yeah, I'll try and spend more BKK. Not only will you receive a fine. Yeah, but you see, we want to get close to the cost cap and then we, you know, make it an intensity sign to try and get as high as we can. The only thing we can do after that is emergency manufacturing. So we'll try and do as much as we can within that cost cap to kind of reach it. So we could, of course, just continue doing research. And then if we need new parts for the last 2 or 3 races, we emergency manufacture them. So it could be a way to breach the cost cap while getting, you know, things made. So it wouldn't be too much of a problem there. Which means no crashes allowed anymore, yeah. Sidepass are underrated, spend some dev on them. We could. But yeah, as Cassini and Lewis actually lost a little bit of stats there. Research and facility upgrades do not affect the cost cap in terms of upgrading them, but this upkeep does. So if we were to upgrade this, it would increase the monthly upkeep to, as you can see, 416,000, which means that we'd be paying basically almost 80,000, well, basically 80,000 more per month, which translates to an extra $1 million out of the cost cap from upkeep. Now, if you upgrade everything, you can imagine that that could become very expensive very quickly. So, yeah. Upgrading the car part test center and the suspension sim in that regard to the monthly upkeep might actually be a good way to keep that down. How long is Leclerc contract? I don't know. We're going to have to scout him for that. I don't know the numbers out of the top of my head. In terms of the cost cap itself, we can actually have a look here. So development, research, both do count. Staff salaries count too. Your engineering team, basically those 10 members do cost money. Scouting team costs money. Your pit crew costs money. Emergency purchases in this regard are the 2 engines and 3 ERSs that we bought because we needed to. And facilities here, it's not facility upgrades, it's facilities upkeeps. These are the things that go into your cost cap. The upgrades themselves don't cost money, but the upkeep that it will be, you know, inflicted afterwards do. Yeah, I need to get up close to the cost cap BKK, and then we just go full in. That is the goal. Because I wanna see just how hard that hits, because you'd expect to get a fine equal to how much you breach the cost cap. So we'll try and not go slightly over it, we'll try and go hard over it. So we're gonna do another research project here. Now the reason why I'm doing suspension is because we are getting, you know, we're losing stats next season, but we could also do a sidepod project, for instance. Say that we do something like this. It wouldn't be a huge gain. Mainly for the sidepods here, we'd probably want to focus some stats for next season. Say, get the engine cooling a little bit higher. Because that'll actually save us money for next season. But we're probably not going to do that now. We're probably going to keep on doing suspension just because, well, we are losing stats there next year. And it'd be nice to retain them if we could. Could, of course, also invest some more into brake cooling while we do this. Again, we are going to be losing some cornering effect next year. It's just going to happen. But getting brake cooling up will be good. I don't know why the research is highlighting important attributes for Austin. But that is okay. Yes, engines do count equals cost cap. So that means that crashes are actually extremely expensive in this game. Because the parts you manufacture also cost towards cost cap. So let's say that you have a crash where you destroy a front wing, your rear wing, your side pods, and your suspension. That's going to cost you basically 1.2 million to start off. But if you destroy your engine as well, then suddenly you have a crash that's costing you 6 million off your cost cap. So doing low risk runs here might be a little bit more important. Leclerc has a 18.2. Yeah, probably have to pick him up next year then. Because we can't afford the buyout. We'll see how Piastri develops though. Trying a strat of 2 flying laps in quali. Hope you have good success with Adam. It's been working well for me. Take it back, Eric had nothing. The Reese just destroyed his last engine. He's now officially destroyed all 4. Yeah, again, for my test game with the Reese, I always put him on low defending. He would never defend. He would take no risk while overtaking. And even then, he would sometimes just get deleted. But Prodromo here doing his best to, you know, remain. But we already picked up some new ones. So they are really, really not liking the way that we are spending money here. You're getting close to the cost cap, you donut. Okay, underflow research has been completed. We're probably going to wait with starting this just in case we have something that forces us to use cost cap money. Because I really want to use this last ATR period, and we are going to put that in the underfloor to help out. Leclerc, when I had to resign him, you actually fired Leclerc? That's expensive. I dumped the Reese faster than my ex dumped me. Damn, savage. Was this my main tip for beginners? Finding it difficult to complete. What would you suggest? In terms of getting performance, just set the durability sliders to the left. I actually have a video on my channel called AlphaTauri Speedrun that goes through a lot of early game development. It goes through so many new features. And generally just how you can have a better time while playing this game. It's mainly focused on the development side of things, less on the race side. So that is a more in-depth guide, but generally make sure you just do the durability slider on your new parts that you design. Put them all the way to the left. Try and avoid rushing or emergency manufacturing designs, as that's, well, you want to use intense on your designs, but try and avoid using for manufacturing rushed or emergency, as that becomes very expensive very quickly. So keep in mind both of those. But yeah, we're gonna wait for starting the next research project just so that we can make sure that we get that wind tunnel time in there. Troubling research completed too, and as I said earlier, it doesn't actually immediately update. So for the underfloor, we did complete a project, but as you can see, we haven't actually gotten any research in here. We're gonna have to wait for either I think it's when the month ticks over that this updates, so we'll have to wait for then. Race prep for the United States Grand Prix, United States. I think we're just gonna be a bit safe here towards the end of the season. Do it like this. One driver in the top 12, although we're probably going to finish better. This is probably one of those times when we're not going to have a good time in terms of tire deg, so we're going to perform probably worse here because the coda is very, very degradation heavy. We'll have to see if it actually counts through for this game though. How much did your GF pay you to go away, or was it a restraining order?
Welcome to the United States Grand
It wouldn't take
Prix.
less than 25 million. He is one of the best drivers in the game, so potentially. Maybe not 25 million though. Might be a little bit too much. But yeah, we'll set up the practice here. It is another sprint weekend, so we might actually do this manually, just to make sure that we get everything set up correctly. So let's get that done, and we'll finally destroy an engine completely. Yeah, we are gonna, as I said, we're probably gonna have to buy a gearbox for Oris at this stage. It's looking like that. Now, Piastri actually does have some more engines that we can use, so for this first practice, we're just gonna use the, well, for this session, we're gonna be using the other one. Piastri is probably also going to need another gearbox. We can emergency buy those, so we'll do that after the cost cap has come into effect. So we won't do it here. That should be fairly helpful. Want to drive a championship season 2? So I'd say yeah. We had a fight over the honey badger. What? Didn't crash at all. Very nice. Double Q2 with your quality strat. Thank you. Seems like you're doing well. But yeah, we're going to do this manually. I just need to find my little bit of cheat sheet. Again, I feel like this is okay to use. I really wish these were more organic in the way that they work. But since they're always the same, it gets kind of repetitive. At this point, you should just be able to save loadouts for, well, I said loadouts, but basically setups for every track to make your life a little bit easier. We're going to use the same strategy we used last time around, put on the softs, do run planet is a little bit longer. 20 is probably too long here at Coda, it's a long lap, degradation is high. But we'll be trying to get, as I said, our, well, mainly our setup proper. What cheat sheet do I have? It's basically just a Steam guide over what generic setups. Here, I'll link it for you guys. It's this Steam guide right here. It tells you generic setups for each track, which should give you a good starting point. Apparently I need to open... I can't send it through my streaming thing. I need to actually do it like this. Jump onto YouTube to send it. Hopefully it went through. But there you go. That is basically the cheat sheet. It's a Steam guide that shows you where to... where you can... Well, basically the setups for each track. And how you can, well, easily take advantage of a good starting point. And apparently it has been updated today, so you can even have better setup ranges here. Okay, it's actually updated with setup ranges for those of you looking at it right now. So your sweet spot should be within these setup ranges he's actually shown, which some of them are pretty massive. So I'd say keep this upper table to make your life a little bit easier. But yeah. Have 83 drag reduction with AlphaTauri around 13. What to do next? Probably do cornering, honestly. Did you change it too with different car? Honestly, I just wish they added, you know, car characteristics. Like your car might be a little bit slower, but it'll be better on its tires. Your car, basically, like the car have their own kind of personalities, like they do in F1 right now. Like the Haas eating tires, for instance. I think that it would just add a little bit more of a strategic element to the game if you could develop your, well, car characteristics for the next season, or basically every, say, 4 or 5 years. As the major regulation change would be nice. That works too, Logic.
How's the balance?
It's all good. It's a cool car to drive.
Understood, mate.
Okay, so Norris has been finished his setup procedure. We're going to call him in.
Oh, we've had a crash.
And who has been crashing in quali? It's the Haas. That's light toucher. I think both are going to be able to continue. Probably suspension damage, but nothing more serious than that. Did not see my version. It's not my version. It's made by someone else. I believe it's called 1/6 of a billionth. Generally, it makes a lot of guys for F1 Manager. It's the guy that made the. It's the guy that's made the tool where you can actually just load in your save game. I haven't actually tested that yet, but it would be kind of funny to have a look at. So I'll probably be testing that later on, see if it actually works. You can also use the F1 setup page, yeah. Let me link that one as well. It's probably a bit easier, but again, I just use a cheat sheet, get the starting points and work from there. I feel that is kind of the middle ground, but you are free to... could not see the link in the chat. Okay. Is the auto moderating me? Is that what's going on? Basically, search for a F1 Manager setup table, Steam guides, generic setup for all tracks, 2023 by 1/6 billionth, and you should be able to find it. It's a pretty decent setup. I don't know why I'm not allowed to post it. Okay, but yeah, you can use either of these, and they'll do the job just fine. Shouldn't that be a problem? Tire deck stat for suppress. I wasn't about to read it. Suppression, suspension, and chassis would be cool to see. I think that's basically the suspension tire deck stat is basically brake cooling. Okay, so Norris actually hit pretty well on his first attempt. So we're gonna do this, try it out, see if it works. We do need to set him up with better tires. Now, I'm actually gonna keep the hard tires there because this is Coda. And we're gonna run medium for this practice. We still have a medium that we can run during the sprint, and then we have 2 mediums for the race. So we're gonna actually run medium for this second run here. Just because, again, I want to try and save 2 sets of hards, which means we're probably going to have to do that second practice ourselves. Maybe. We'll see. Exactly how we want to deal with that. Okay, so Piastri is in a bit of a worse situation here with no perfects, so to speak. And that makes this job a little bit harder. Let's try something like this. Should be okay in terms of trying to figure out where the sweet spots are. And we'll run medium tire again. Put the run plan at about 30 laps. That should get it done. There we are. Can you have an engine failure in 23? No. F1 setup.it is also a good one. Manas, it basically includes the calculator but it will show you the preferred starting setup for each track. You can't have an engine failure, Noah, unless your engine hits 0. That's the only way you'll have an engine failure in this game, unfortunately. However, they have added now that if your tires run below 30%, you could have punctures. Yeah, the YouTube chat is kind of weird because it does just take away some messages every now and again from me too, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, the website is just called f1setup.it. It's pretty simple and straightforward. f1setup.it. It's a pretty good one. Generally has pretty updated, information on the setups. Makes it a lot easier. And I don't remember. Again, it's a Steam guide. You can probably find it on the F1 Manager 23 Steam page. It should be highly upvoted. But as I said, I might make a video on that as well. Basically setups and cheat sheets, things like that. It's the filler of top messages, of all messages. I actually have my live chat on everything, so I should be seeing everything here. But it could of course be the filter here, filtering them out, because they're links. Really hope they would add engine failures. Yeah, it would be nice, but I don't think they're going to be adding engine failures, think you?
Any feedback?
Until they fix the AI running bad parts. I think that's why they haven't added engine failures, because if the AI can't juggle their parts correctly, we actually hit optimal there for Norris. If you can't hit, as I said, if the AI can't manage their parts and they are usually running with yellow engines, yellow ERS, yellow gearboxes, sometimes even orange, you see a ton more, DNFs from the AI. And I think they've currently balanced out with crashes rather than what would be in a real race a DNF due to an engine failure is in this game going to be a crash instead. So again, once they fix the issue with the AI not being able to take care of its components, I think we're going to see random crashes being added to the game in the same fell swoop. Next season, can off-brand Verstappen get FP1, please? Probably. We can probably make something like that happen to test progress, William, potentially. I do hope that they rework sponsorships too, because as I made a Reddit post basically which was just a complaint, but basically some of the sponsorships right now are just straight up penalties. Off-brand Verstappen is Williams' nickname for Vershaw, because they're both Dutch. But yeah, I'd really like to see also a rework of the sponsors. Honestly, the two main gripes I have right now is the AI not using the engine parts properly, well, the components properly for engine, gearbox, and ERS, and the sponsorships being still mainly just penalties for your team. I haven't experimented with Ninke, so I don't know, honestly. But I would assume so, and I know that the command stay off the curbs does come with a lower chance of puncture. So you can run that command at least. I'll show you once we get into the game again. For now though, we do have quali ahead of us. And let's see if we can tweak it into a proper 100% optimal. And that should be it. Now, and this track quality is going to be a bit of a pain, I think. I don't think the two run strategy might not work, but we'll still give it a good go. There we are. Let's see if we can fix Piastri's setup a little bit here. So, since we're good, that should mean that we need to go on the other side. Very simple. I think that should be okay. Yeah, this looks okay. It should be an improvement. And we're once again going to do the 2 flying lap strategy. Again, I'm still testing this out for a lot of the tracks in the game, so compiling a bit of data, but it should be good. Yeah, sponsorship don't really make much sense now, unfortunately. The thing is, winning in Season 2, It's mainly due to AI crashing each other out and you taking advantage of the safety car, at least for me. You could, of course, the AI will try their best, but again, because they don't take care of the engine, the gearbox, and the ERS, they will have races where they are incredibly slow. So that is why I would just like to see them basically double the durability rating for every part for the game. Because right now if you just have a couple of bad crashes, it's going to kind of bankrupt you. So it is a way to limit progress, but at the same time, it limits the AI way more. Well, it punishes the AI way more than the player. And you don't really want any systems in a management game where that punishes the AI rather than player. That's the thing. So in that case, I'd say that for particularly the components, I'd rather just have them up the durability until they make the AI capable of juggling them in a good manner,
Green.
personally. Sponsors pay a guaranteed amount of money regardless of performance on track. That's how it is. Well, some sponsors do that. Others have bonuses tied to, results. Usually most sponsors are like that. You get a flat amount for being a sponsor, and then you can get more by doing well. Yeah. But yeah, particularly the sponsorship, the lowest control, is just something I would toss in the bin immediately. Because, again, for Tsunoda on AlphaTauri, you have 5 races where control gets lower by 20 points. And as a reward for that, you only get 400,000. So if you just breaks the front wing or two, it's a net negative.
The delta needs to be negative at the end of the lap.
How long am I going to stream? Probably this race. I don't know if I'll have the energy for much more than that, but we'll see how I feel after this. But again, I'm going to probably finish this sprint and this race, and then probably end it there for tonight. We'll see that. Yeah, sponsors can pull up in seasons, things like that, but again, it's dependent on a few things. So degradation is still very high here. Norris has reached peak confidence, so we'll just send them out once more like this. And that should be acceptable. It's again just trying to get a better lap time and see if we can get safely into Q2 on hopefully just one set of tires. Yeah. Tomorrow, El Salvador. I'll be trying to have one of them going daily. And I'll try and release them around the same time as I release the first episode and today's episode. So they should be coming out daily. Guides are going to be coming out more sporadically, basically once I'm done with them. So you'll have at least one episode of 80 daily. I might be streaming a little bit. It's Guido. Guido. But yeah, episode will be out tomorrow for the AlphaTauri. And the first season will be split into 4 pieces, I will tell you that much. So within the next couple of days, we'll be done with the first season. Okay, I think we are through safely to Q2. We have half a tenth down to Bottas. Alonso is going to improve for sure. Piastri might be in danger, but I think we are good. So yeah, shouldn't be an issue here. Actually good enough for Q3, if this was that, so we can be very happy with it. Okay, Hülkenberg actually 4th here, took some penalties, probably got a little bit of upgrades. So we got 97 here on Piastri, 100% on Norris. That's going to be good for the sprint. We're going to do the first run here in Q2 on the older softs. It's just more beneficial that way. And again, remember to do just this, because we sometimes just have to force the game to remember what strategy we put forward. This is Coda. We haven't done Vegas yet. I believe Vegas is like 2 races in from this. 3 races. It's not too far off. Vegas itself. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, we have Mexico, then Brazil, then Vegas. So Vegas will be in 3 races. It's the second to last race of the season. Yeah, Adam. Alpha is a very hard save if you want to challenge, for sure. The first run here, not super quick or anything, but that is okay. Again, this is basically just confidence building, and it is doing that job very nicely.
So this is P5, which is a very good position to be in.
Yes, the floor here is made out of floor. Basically, but yeah, if P5 is a good position to be in for us, to be fair, he's not wrong. And we will be sending out our cars basically immediately here for their final runs. Hopefully we don't get held up, but again, it's kind of hard to get into good windows here. Norris now 7th, Piastri 13th. We'll see if he improves. We did have basically an unmolested runner, I think, unless these guys were a little bit in the way in the beginning.
We're now at P7. P7 at
Piastri's probably going to be out here, yeah, just barely. But we'll see if Norris survives. This is already a pretty decent, acceptable result here for Piastri. Norris just barely survives indeed. That's a little bit more unacceptable, but it's still okay. In terms of time gain from sector 1, seems to be about 2/10 to just a 10th, so still a little bit less. The other 2 sectors here for Piastri's run was basically identical. Gained a 10th here on his first run, gained 4/10 here on his second run. This is the same for Norris. Norris actually lost time here, and then he had an identical sector 1, so Coda might not necessarily be the best strategy this, but it's okay. Didn't really improve here on the second lap here. And over here, he did kind of get held up, I assume. Nah. Just slow. Okay. Coda might not necessarily need this strategy to do well, but it could work. We'll see how we do in Q3 here. And it's going to be the same strategy again. We just do 2 flyers and then 2 push laps. And that should be okay.
Track should be green.
Let's see if we can have Norris do a good result here. Hopefully. We'll probably just have 1 push lap towards the end here, but as you can see, it doesn't seem like it has that much of an effect. So what we're going to do is just build confidence on these 2 laps. We actually had multiple cars crash as well. That should help us. Stroll is out. We have a red flag.
Let's have a look at that.
Now, the thing is, red flags are not necessarily good for you.
Just a bit too wide.
Because they actually reset your confidence. But we should have just enough time that we can do 2 runs, so it's still not bad. We can still make this work.
And red flag, red flag.
So we'll see how this works out. Okay, so 6 minutes, 30 seconds. We should be able to just barely make this work. As you can see, everyone is going to go out. They've actually updated this metric, so that is good. I might have I broke it. I hate that. Sometimes when you click this, the game just breaks. This is the most annoying bug so far. And it's basically sorted by just restarting the game, which sucks. It is very annoying. So we'll just do a very quick restart here. And that should solve this problem. Sorry about this, game decided to freeze. We're just gonna have to restart it super quickly. Hopefully, and then we'll be back. Okay, there we are. Back in Q3, let's see if Stroll has another adventure, but again, it's unfortunate, but it is a bug that mainly happens in Q3, but I've had it happen in races too, so that is very, very painful when it does happen. Very annoying. send Norris out as we did last time around. Wesley should be 79 ranked. Yeah. I wonder if they update the intro with Ricardo. They might. Wesley's currently, I think, 72 ranked, William. But then again, they wouldn't rank him higher than actual rookies on the grid, which in this case are mostly ranked 76. Bit worse this time around, I think. We'll pretty much just barely have time for... we won't have time for 2 push laps, we'll only have time for 1. So we'll set the car up for that. And we'll try and find a good window to send the car out in. I think this is good with Leclerc. We were actually not allowed to, we just need to do this again. And this is kind of funny, but this is a bit of another glitch here, but again, just go 2, go 1, then you can send your car out. What's up, L30? What's the surprise? Apparently we are currently causing a little bit of trouble for Stroll, slowing him down a little bit.
It's a checkered flag.
So yeah, P8 would still be acceptable here, honestly. Wouldn't be too bad. Hulk in Q3 again. Also very promising from him. And we now have the sprint, so... No, we have the practice first, sorry. And I think we're going to sim this practice, which is potentially a bit risky, because we do want to keep those hard tires. But I am starting to get hungry, so... I'm going to be a tad lazier and just sim those this second practice. We're going to do sprint, we're going to do race, and then I'm going to go and get myself some dinner. So I'm definitely going to be ending it after this weekend, unfortunately. I asked them for legendary drivers as a DLC. Yeah, we'll sim it. They might use these hard tires. You know, we're going to do manually, just so that they don't. And, well, it would be best here to make these tires last as long as possible. We're just going to fuel for 30 laps. And we might just run the tires on low temperature to try and make them last. And we'll just use these 2 sets of tires up completely.
Okay, Oscar, so the track will go green now.
Okay, so avoid high-risk curbs, driving clean air for practice, makes the life a little bit easier. And we're also going to go conserve, because we want to stay out as long as possible, even if we are, you know, under heating the tires. We'll have to see, though, if we can survive with that gearbox of Piastri's, but we should be okay. So tires are cold. The effect of cold tires is basically less degradation, in theory. As you can see, performance gets worse, but the wear rate gets also reduced. So this should allow us to do more runs on these tires before we need to pit, and switch to that other set of softs. Runners can give feedback in 14 laps, Piastri can do it in 14 to 16 laps. Also depends on the race engineer for that, honestly, so they can have quite a huge effect on feedback times.
Something seems wrong.
We're just checking.
Yeah, we'll try and get track acclimatization up. We'll try and get, again, the tires up as high as possible. But we're going to have to probably call Norris in pretty soon here, as he hits 30%. Would try to avoid, you know, getting a puncture, as that could potentially be very, very negative for us.
Something's happening.
We can't immediately identify what the issue is.
But considering that we have done half of the practice here on these now, we can just call them in. Because the other softs have more durability on them, so we'll just call both in, put them on the other softs, and then run the practice to its end. Which hopefully will give us the track acclimatization we need. At least 30 laps left. Okay, apparently this one hasn't 30 laps left, so I was allowed to fuel for it last time around. Again, we probably just need 2 softs here for race itself. Having mediums here would be nice, so we're going to go ahead and do this. That is then an interesting bug, because we were allowed to fuel for 30 laps on older softs earlier. That's a bit interesting. For now though, I'm just going to allow this practice to run its course. I'm just going to quickly go and get something to drink, and I'll be right back. Into gearbox away. Of course, these gearboxes are basically about to be broken, so it's not the. Okay, I didn't actually know that, Carl, but I guess it's not a bug then. It's a feature. Rest in peace. Well, again, these gearboxes are practice gearboxes only, so it doesn't matter if they get broken. But we might need to emergency buy a couple of gearboxes in a race or two at this point. We'll have to see though. We might also just run the last couple of races with broken pieces. I'm pretty sure that it takes that rate the 2 sets of tires you use. So for wets, you might actually just have to, if you want to pick particular tires, you might need to do a lap on, you know, the dry tires you want them to pick away. Okay. That is interesting though, because it allows for some freedom in, you know, strategy. Norris here, we can't really allow him to stay out the entire time, unfortunately, but we are getting close to maximum acclimatization. Of course, if we'd gone out of the hards, we probably would have reached max easily, but this is also okay. Ten or 15 seasons of this stream, yeah. That does sound like kind of a bug, Lacerid, honestly, because it's supposed to take away 2 compounds that you use, and usually the team would send back the ones that they use. Unless they might have changed the rules for this CS game. I'm a bit unsure. So Norris headed to garage. There's no point sending him out again, so we'll just let him stay there. Piastri did reach 90 right now, 91. Can he get one more lap done before...
That's the checkered flag.
hitting? As you can see, we are kind of cheesing it. Acclimatization went up a little bit more to 92, which is good. No wonder I win all the time. I just restart the game. To be fair, I've had that bug probably happen twice during the AlphaTauri save, and I think it kicked us into out in Q2 as a result. Like, we would have gone into Q3, but because I had to redo it, we ended up getting kicked out in Q2. So I think the times I've had it, it's actually been detrimental to my progress. So it is a bit unfortunate. Alex Palubi like, yeah.
We're back at the
Okay. Now let's see if we can do something funnier with, again, could probably go aggressive. Norris could probably make this work, but aggressive is probably a better bet. For Piastri, for this one would be aggressive if we go hards. If we go mediums, aggressive would not really work. So mediums would still be quicker though. So running mediums on standard is probably the best option for this sprint. Norris can probably not go aggressive, but we'll have to see how bad the deg is. If it's not too bad, we might go aggressive on the final set of the, well, final half of the stint. We're going to go medium for both the boys. It's just, it just seems to be the best strategy, the more flexible one. With the hards, we can go a little bit more attack, which could potentially be quicker towards the end. But let's face it, we need to kind of try and stay with the quicker cars in front of us if we want to have any chance of finishing high in this game. How's the graphics in this game? Hoping this is a difference from last year's game. They've made the cars look a lot better, for one. But there is some like film grain. I haven't actually been able to get rid of it. Someone said that there is settings that you can tweak to get kind of better visuals, but I'm very happy with them, honestly, personally. give him 1 FPS session at Abu Dhabi before he goes. I thought that was a rule at one point that you need to give your reserve drivers a go. So we're starting 8th, we're starting 12th. We can still make something out of this, I think. So let's see how the sprint goes. And yeah, we also have that crash, BKK, where the game just says, no, you're not allowed to do races. I reject your strategy. Those are basically the two only game-breaking bugs I've found, where the game will crash sometimes when you start sprint races, when you start races themselves, or if you click that strategy button in top right corner, and the screen just kind of freezes. It's funny, Hibbity, that the second you arrive, my F1 manager decides that, no, I'm out of here. I'm running away. Welcome back. Yeah. I did eat before, though, so it's fine. I'm not too worried. I'm just starting to feel a little bit. Honestly, sometimes you have a lot of crashes in a row, but usually you find the only real annoyance is that when that happens, you need to reset, well, set up the car again. But of all the game-breaking bugs out there, I do not want to buy that ERS, that's not a bug, that's me being stupid. But all the game-breaking bugs we could have out there, crashing on a sprint start button is not the worst one. You do lose like a minute or so restarting the game, but considering the bugs that have been in games, I think it's... of course, I don't want it to be there, but it's not the worst I've seen. The other one I think is far more annoying. I should stream till the end of the season. Well, if you order me food that I can eat while streaming, then we can make that happen. But I think I'll do rest maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, let's see how we do here on the start. That is the wrong button again.
Charge on.
Yeah, confirm.
Use overtake.
I'm pretty sure if I told Norris to recharge on lap 1, he'd get pissed. Like, you get an angry message. So Piastri's not having a good time, he's fallen down to 14th. Norris is not having a good time either, getting overtaken by Hamilton. But it is what it is. Mukbang match. Bear in mind, this could be F1 98, where the game is more buggy than tech support. Yeah. As I said, I haven't really had any like game-breaking bugs that would end a save. Again, crashes aren't necessarily a nice thing, but I also haven't upgraded my graphics drivers in forever, so that might be why. I think I'm still running like May drivers, so probably should do that. So it could also be on me, let's be honest. Depending on, you know, how things are going. Degradation-wise, so far it is looking good, but we are going to, as I said, tune the cars down to probably aggressive for now. Looks like Norris can somehow make attack work all the way to the end, potentially. So I want to try aggressive for a couple laps here, see if we can make something work with that. Because if it could, that would be amazing. If Norris can make it work, though, we probably are going to have to tune Piastri down a tad more, unfortunately.
We don't want to overcook the tyres.
That's just how it be. We are overcooking the tyres a little bit, but we'll see if we can make this work. It is degrading a little bit quicker than anticipated, so we might actually need to do this for Norris too. Nico Cotto. Isn't that the guy that eats for a living, basically? You can actually set deploy in the ERS before race starts, Lazarus. That's what I did. The only thing you can't actually set before race start is this one, ERS Battle Assist, and anything in this menu. But you can set push on the tires, push on the fuel, and push on the ERS. That's not a problem. Honestly, I usually just allow the ERS to go full throttle for two laps or so. Sometimes I need to manually tune it down a little bit earlier, but usually 2 laps is a good good rule of thumb, I think, because that is basically what the AI use. They push until they're about empty. How's the new season staff lineup? Does it affect much on the race outcome? Don't know yet. Haven't really tested staff much out. Really tested staff much, Jason. So We'll see next season. We have picked up both the Ferrari boys, though, in terms of technical director and aerodynamics director, or chief. So, looking forward to seeing how that works. Know if there's still future lane changes. I haven't played enough to get that. Norris is falling down the lineup now, so...
Oscar, is everything okay?
All okay.
Piastri in
Now that incident
front wing.
looks to involve Oscar Piastri.
What happened here? What have you done, Oscar?
Now there's the car of Piastri. And you can see how tight it is. And oh!
That looks very wonky, I'll be honest, but it looked like basically Bottas pushed him wide. And that drove his confidence very low. I've actually seen this low confidence before, so I want to see how bad the negatives are. Okay. -5 and everything, and a very high chance of incident. You are going to do nothing for the rest of this race, man. Unfortunately. What we are going to do, though, is take a quick screenshot, because, again, this is going to hurt. So what I'm thinking we do for Piastri here, for his mental sake, is we're actually going to pit him. We are going to put on that new front wing. And we are actually going to give him... It would be good if we could just do this race on one medium, but I think we're just going to give him the soft tire and see how he does. See if he catches up to the back of the grid again. It is what it is anyways, because he does have damage to the chassis as well, so he's probably going to be a tad bit slow. For Norris, we might need to tune him up to a bit more aggressive, but again, this is basically what we kind of can expect. We aren't very quick in a straight line, so with that DRS, we are going to be falling a little bit backwards. I hope they allow us to... Yeah, we are. We have another crash. Okay.
Now this was at turn 1. Cutting it so close.
Minister of Defense doing the same to the Merc as was done to us. He, though, did get a penalty. And I guess Piastri's fight now is going to be with Bottas to get revenge. You can actually... yeah, we have good stuff joining, as said, with Ferrari boys. And Jason, you can actually do, as BKK is saying, yeah, you can actually negotiate staff so that they join at the end of season, particularly when they're on their last... basically on their last year of contract. Makes it a lot easier. It's not really disadvantage using ERS ballasts. It basically just allows your driver to use more energy to overtake and defend as they see fit. It's basically automation of the ERS. Alright, the ERS will have 3 when the ERS comes in. But as you can see, on this one, we are actually falling backwards quite aggressively. Yeah, Norris is falling backwards. We're falling backwards.
Make sure you have a good look around.
Albon has crashed out. So
Now here we are at the final corner. Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the barrier. And they'll have to pick themselves up.
yeah, goodbye components. That's gonna suck. Yeah, Piastri is not really having a good season, let's be honest. But again, there's nothing much we can do about that. Should probably tune him up to aggressive though, so they actually get those tires up to 10. And we can probably push a little bit of fuel there before I forget. Go aggressive till the end, maybe. We can try. I think the tires will just about survive. So we'll try and make that work. We are under a virtual safety car. So once it restarts again, that should be perfectly fine. Gonna get ready for deployment. But yeah, Piastri hasn't had a good season so far. Just straight up. Just be how it be.
Virtual safety car ending.
Confirm.
Just gonna allow you to look at this for a little bit so I can catch up on chat. It's scrolling really quickly. Yeah. It's sad with Piastri, but it's just how it be sometimes. Paris unleashed the Taco Bell on Russell. Hello, Leo. Hello, Cole. Yeah, editor is nice. It would allow. It's gonna allow for testing a lot of things. I'm very glad someone made that. Yeah, I do have ERS ballasts on the entire race for the most part. It is mainly just positive with it in theory, so I'd keep it on. I've seen another video where they sim 10 seasons and Piastri only had 84. Considering that Piastri's gone up to 79 so far, I'd assume that is in the AI's hands, which means that you can probably race drivers a lot easier if you're doing it kind of manually, honestly. Yeah. Honestly, the editor is fine. If people, it's a single player game. If people want to use it, they can, but won't be using it for any campaigns unless we want to make something funny. And of course, if I use the editor for a video, I will disclose it. There's no reason not to. But then again, editor in this case is you can move teams and you can change driver stats. It's pretty obvious if someone is using it, to be fair. I don't know what Wiimote is. What's your target next season as constructors? Honestly, I am undecided on that. We have to kind of see where we end up this season before we start making, you know, plans for next season. Piastri has gotten bot so far, and I think running full attack might be a little bit too much, but we can at least run aggressive air. That shouldn't be a problem. Helmet cam is nice to watch. Maybe my next video series here will just be full races helmet cam only. Try and remove everything else in the HUD. Another virtual safety car. Looks like Hamilton and Russell. The Mercs have become best buds.
Got a yellow flag.
That looks a little bit more violent than the previous ones. Just a wonder that they didn't clip the backside there. Yeah, it's kind of weird though, like,
Virtual safety car.
that they have it like that, to be fair.
Positive. Copy.
Hamilton out, Russell out. That's going to be Mercedes having a very bad weekend, and potentially us as well, because that opens the door for Alpine. Yeah. Editor can indeed remove all difficulty if used. Hamilton was clearly a Perez fan and defending his best friend. Yeah, I think Toto has just demolished a pair of headphones, honestly, to be fair. No mic. I think in that case he would actually be blaming one of these lads, honestly. I'm just... I feel like if they want to make some interesting crashes, just take real-life crashes and add them to the race sim. I went with Alpine, I replaced Otmar. Look at me, I am the 100 race plan now. Toto's just ordered another pumpernickel. Now we could actually get within range here potentially of Paris if we're lucky, so points are still on the table. We are basically at the end of the race. There's no reason not to go full attack. Probably should have done that a little bit earlier, to be fair. We'll do that with Piastri too. He might get Tsunoda.
Have 100% pace, please.
Yes, I'd like to have 100% pace, please. I am once again asking for your maximum pace. But yeah, we might have actually made a mistake and let Paris go by not going a lap earlier. So that's on me. Blame porpoising? I'm not expecting that bad, but for example, if we use Coda as an example, did we just get Paris? No, we are basically a tenth off there. No, we got Paris. We should be 7th here, unless I'm mistaken. We'll see. I might be wrong. But what I'm thinking when I say add crashes is not fireball crashes or things that actually look very dangerous. Probably again wouldn't work very well. I'm thinking like Sainz crashed last year, Coda. I know I'm kind of singling out Russell here, but kind of Russell coming dangerously onto the track at Monaco this year. Basically, some weird crashes that you wouldn't really expect F1 drivers to, you know, pull off. Things like that. But nothing bad like Grosjean's fireball or, you know, shows upside down at Silverstone. That is basically, we did get 7, so we did actually beat out HarrySir because of his penalty. So that is good. It's 2 points. It's not a lot, but we'll be happy with it. Unfortunately, Alpine scored more, so it doesn't matter.
The teams are making their...
Yeah, 21 in Miller between Russell and Bottas, which, again, we're kind of singling out Russell here. Do I think the game is worth this money? If you loved 22 or liked it very much, then probably it is going to be worth the money. If not, you might want to wait for a sale. It is a upgraded version of 22 with some new features added and a little bit of rebalancing, a little bit of polish, basically. That's like a penalty for Ocon for the Merc crash. Yeah, that's the thing, Nick. Yeah, they would lose a couple of PG ratings, and well, companies don't like that. So I don't. That's what I'm saying. They probably won't do anything like the fireball crash or the upside down crash. Can't explain it, but it feels much more satisfying when you get a set of upgrades that really improves your car. I think it's because of cost cap. Yeah, it would be. Didn't they say that crashes would be much better than 22? They did. But as you say here, it seems like they've just added confetti, unfortunately. So I think we might see a little bit more refinement in that going forwards. Because what they showed on the stream did look a lot better. But we don't know if that was basically kind of a one-off. Now, because of what we did with the tyres here, we have 2 sets of hards for Norris. We have 2 sets of hards for Piastri. And degradation wasn't super bad, so we could do something potentially a little bit cheeky. That's just 10 seconds quicker, that's not a lot. Yeah, medium might be better though. Let's see. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Setting the hard hit wasn't really, I think, worth it from a strategy perspective. It is still a little bit quicker. And we'll be able to go attack at the end of the stint, so potentially it could be good. So, yeah, I think we'll go with this for both drivers. It's a bit of a different one. I don't think the AI can pull this off because they don't have the ties for it. So it does put us in a situation where we can kind of take advantage. So we'll try this. And again, if people were to do the soft, they'd be pitting on lap 10 very early. So we'll try this. It's a little bit different than what you'd usually expect of Coda. Well, let's face it, this is actually probably the best strategy for Coda. Try soft, hard, soft. We can have a look at that, but I think it's not going to be very... it's not going to be a very happy strategy. Could actually work, but again, this leaves us unable to push in any way, shape, or form. It's going to be about 12 seconds slower than the medium, hard aggressiveness, so I think we're going to try this, see how that works out. Never back down ever. Hello, Blester. How's the afternoon? I'm enjoying it a lot, so I think it's good. But as I said, I think we're going to try this soft, sorry, not soft, medium, hard, aggressive. Again, we might need to tune down Piastri. He needs a little bit more smoothness to be competitive with the strategies that I am currently using, but that is fine. And you can actually set the ERS strategy. There was someone that says you wish you could do it before the race. You can actually do it with this. You can set it to any of the four modes that you want. Deploy, neutral, top up, or harvest. Just click it one to the right, and you'll end up on deploy, fuel usage, attack. The only thing we really can't change it is the aggressiveness settings, unfortunately. But it would be good if you could actually do that from this menu as well. Let us see how this race goes. We're starting 7th and 12th. Again, Piastri is probably unfortunately going to be falling quite heavily backwards. But we'll try our best.
It's the United States Grand Prix.
So we have one red runner, the Alpine.
And it's lights out.
Not a lot of reds there, just those two and Hulkenberg. So could be very interesting here to see how things develop. And again, we aren't going to be touching These having higher aggression could be good, but again, right now we just need to survive the season in terms of money. And let's be honest, that is going to be the focus here. Surviving, kind of. We don't want to waste too much money for next season, and I don't think we're going to get 5th, if no matter how hard we kind of fight Alpine. We're going to need them to double DNF a couple of times to make that a reality, so if we can get through this without using too much money, although we will be breaking the cost cap for sure, it would be for the best to limit our expenditure as much as possible. Now, Piastri is currently holding on to his position, which is good to see. And since this is Coda, we're just going to tune down our tires immediately. They're going to overheat. They're going to be, again, degradation is high here, so we'll be a little bit more passive. We are going to blow back past the cost cap, but I am not going to blow back on any more than kind of need to. We are going to break it for sure, probably by 5 to 10 million at the very least. But at the same time, I don't want to add any extra expenses on top of that, because we are currently on course, as I said, to probably break the cost cap by 5 to 10 million by the end of the season. And if we have a couple of unnecessary crashes here, we could end up with a 20 million cost cap reach, and that is going to be very expensive. I'm a bit of a chicken. Yeah, I am. PKK, I am. Mainly because, again, we could do high overtake aggression, but again, it's basically risk management. We actually did run out of ERS. We do need to top up a little bit. But in terms of Piastri, if we turn him higher, he's going to crash. It's just the law of the world. Basically just finds Carl. But as said, I'm going to break it. And I'm going to, as I said, break it by 5 to 10 million most likely. But again, yeah, finally you can't develop your car. Now, it stops development. You can't manufacture parts normally either. You have to use emergency manufacture, which is going to become very expensive very quickly, which means even more fines. Haas race right now, fighting for 3rd and 4th. Safety car came on surrender Haas. That would be 30 seconds quicker to go to end the race. My car now shit on. Probably because the AI is pushing harder, but they could also have better, depending on where you are, they could just not be pushing until, you know, particularly after safety cars, they're pushing very aggressively because they have extra fuel, they have extra energy, they have extra tire life. So after safety cars, the AI will be very aggressive usually. Is it a lot harder to upgrade car levels now? Remember winning championship with Season 2? Some say they did with the Alpha in Season 2, yeah. There's more complexity to developing your car now, but it's also more freedom. You can make kind of specialized parts, so I'd say the system is better, and you can still have some pretty good progress, so I wouldn't be too worried. I enjoy the game, Leo. But yeah, we are gonna be. I'm gonna have a look at it after this race again, BKK, but we are gonna be breaking the cost cap. By how much is gonna be the big question here. Because if we break it to the point where the board kicks me, that would be kind of sad. So we'll see. We might just also be a bit of a safe scummer to test the cost cap limit and just buy engines and everything after we've broken the cost cap to see how deep in the rabbit hole do we need to go to get fired. We might do something like that, but we are definitely going to be breaking the cost cap this season. Cost the ERS train in 10th for another 7 lap until I broke it and then dropped it to 13th. I was also maxed on everything else safety car. Rob, are your components worn maybe? If that's the case, because you do lose performance from particularly your engine losing, going lower. And things like that, so there could be a multitude of reasons why you had a bit of a bad performance there, honestly. Okay, so Piastri isn't really doing too well here. Gonna have to go standard so we don't completely burn those tires. There are indeed red flags, and you can have more than one red flag a race. You can have plenty of red flags in a race. speed things up a little bit here. Not much we can do. Piastri, honestly, we should probably just go aggressive now. Burn up down to 30. Maybe get him a little bit earlier onto those hards. Try and create a bit of a gap. Norris 2 here. We are going aggressive right now, so that's fine. Russell is getting Piastri, so yeah. We're getting into trouble here. Yeah, I think the most I've had so far in a single GP is 3. Okay, we have a virtual safety car. Free pit stop for Piastri. We'll take that. Now, Norris has already driven past the pit lane. And it's Verstappen
There's a yellow flag.
and Leclerc. This is also a very classic one. Verstappen or Leclerc take out each other. But yeah, it takes less damage now to actually just knock a car out.
The team glued to the monitors and watching their hopes crumble away.
I assume we should be able to pit Norris 2 here, honestly. We'll see though. If the virtual safety car ends, we might push for a lap or 2 more before we pit, but this should be good.
Virtual safety car, virtual safety car.
I think we did lose out to Show in the pits. No, Show didn't pit. The Reese Albert didn't pit either, so I think we're good. Virtual safety car is still in effect, so we will be pitting Norris. I assume everyone else will be pitting too. Except for Sainz and Alonso, who are on the mediums. Apparently medium runners have decided that pitting is a little bit too early, even though we are going to be doing it. And we couldn't jump anyone in the pits, which is perfectly fine. Now, once this VSC ends, we're actually going to be going deploy, although I've been running top up for now. I do tend to forget that, which is not a good thing. So we'll be pushing for a couple of laps here to keep up with the AI. Let us tune it down before we start cooking these tires a lot, because again, it should in theory add more degradation, but we can kind of manage it if we're careful. The drivers still stop trying to overtake sometimes on straights. There are a couple of situations where they do that I've seen, so that is still kind of being a bit of a problem, but it's far less prevalent, I feel, than what it was in the last year's game, so it is better, but it's still there. I can't say that it is completely gone. Piastri has caused another problem.
Oh, okay.
Front wing. Well, he isn't the source of the problem. It's actually someone else.
Look at the McLaren driver here. Not a lot of wiggle room here, and the contact between the cars, inevitable.
I guess Piastri technically ran into Magnussen, so yeah, I don't know if we really should give Magnussen the penalty there. Now this is minor damage, so we are going to be staying out. We're not going to be pitting, didn't really take any damage to the tires, so yeah, we're going to be staying out and try and remedy this on the next pit stop. So yeah, it is what it is, just have to deal with it, unfortunately. Keep Piastri next season? We'll have to see. Well, as I said, I want to try and keep him and develop him. See if we can actually make him good. Okay. We have a decent gap in now down to Russell, thanks to, you know, him not choosing to not pit in a safety car. And it's not safety car, VSC. So this could be good. We still need Sainz here to pit. The rest should not have to. So again, potentially, we could have a good race ahead of us now. Keep Piastri locked away. He's a menace. I can't even say anything about that. He is a menace for sure, but he's our menace. He's our menace to deal with. It actually seems like he's gotten quicker now, though, that he did to get damage, which isn't actual at all. It's just Albon was slow. That is kind of funny. Now, Science is already just straight up re-overtaking us. He went on to another set of softs. Okay, that makes sense then. He's gonna be like a rocket ship up there. Look at Science already up in third. Sure, that is the major part of a game like F1 Manager. Yeah, that is my favorite part of management game though, developing talent. Right now, I know that I'm a bit focused on developing the car right now. But the main reason why I play Football Manager, for instance, is because it's very fun to develop talent, find and develop them in that game. And it's kind of the same here. So that's why I really, really want them also to expand on the youth system. It would be amazing to, say, find the next Max Verstappen and race him. It would be very fun. I think I would enjoy that a lot. I don't know who to replace him with, since Science Rick Alonso was a McLaren a few years ago. Also, they all want 10 to 50, 25 million. Could be. Hello, Keith. Don't worry. I should probably have announced it a little bit better that I was streaming. That's my fault. Could probably have made a pinned comment on that video. But yeah, I should probably announce it a little bit better. Don't worry about it. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, there isn't really that much we can do right now. We should put it on, well, Norris on attack, of course. Because he's not using the tires to their full potential right now. So we can go a little bit aggressive on them. I should have checked this a little bit earlier. It is looking good. Again, I really shouldn't press this button anymore because it can glitch out the game. Alonso's caught up with us. Again, it should be fine. Stroll is currently pitting. What did Stroll actually go on to? Stroll went on to Haas. He'll be on those till the end of the race. Sainz needs to pit, Perez needs to pit, Alonso needs to pit. So we everyone ahead of us are actually going to need to pit here. So potentially it will have a bit of a fight for fourth, most likely. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Let's tune Piastri up a little bit here. Go aggressive for a couple last laps. Don't hold your breath for new drivers to come in. I know. That's why I'm saying that I really wish they would expand on the Youth Academy, because that would be amazing. Now we are going to get Piastri in, and in terms of lap times, he hasn't been doing too badly. So I don't think we're going to replace his front wing, which might sound silly, but he hasn't been doing too badly here even with the damage. So we're just going to get him in, put him onto a new set of hards, and see what we can do. For Norris, the fight is going to be probably with Ocon. Let's be honest here. We don't have the pace to keep up with the Astons. But even then, we will probably do one more lap on these tires before we do pit. So that's going to be the plan. We're going to be pitting Norris this lap. And for Piastri, we're going to run attack until we reach this point. And then we're probably going to run aggressive for, let's say, 5-6 laps before we switch over to full-on attack again. So everyone did end up pitting basically around the same time here. And with that, we actually have the Mercs both catch up to us, but they're going to have to pit again. So that isn't really a problem. We should be able to overtake them without too much fuss here, I would assume. There we go, the Mercs did pit, which means that we now have a lot of free air. Makes the lives a little bit easier. For Lando here, we're actually just going to keep him on full attack to the end. And as I said, there's a reason why we didn't change that front wing, because Piastri decided he wanted to have a little bit more of a go at it. At least not really any powertrain damage, so I guess that is a positive. And once again, it's, according to the game, not Piastri's fault. It's Sargent's fault.
We've got a yellow flag. Now we can see what happened. So here we go, heading into turn 1.
Yeah, Red Bull, Ferrari drivers, Aston drivers, Merc drivers do tend to take each other out a lot. Is there more radio message compared to last year? Dev said there would be 3 to 4 times as many. So there should be. Bye Lando, hey ho, let's go Lando. Bring in Alonso. Could be. Doing. Could potentially bring in him. F1 Manager good on PlayStation. I played on PC, so I don't know. I don't know what that noise is, but we'll get rid of it. And with the damage now to the front wing, we are going to be pitting him for a new one. I think we're just going to keep him on the hards though, like the mediums here. Could work, but we're going to have to run him regular. Let's give him them. Just get into the pits as quickly as you can.
Box this lap.
Copy. Box.
Doohan was actually really good in Twin 2, yeah. He was error prone though, which most young drivers are, to be fair. How much would I rate this game out of 10 compared to last year's game? Compared to last year's game, this is a solid upgrade. It has some good rebalances. I wouldn't say it's worth the full price though, that's the thing. It's asking a bit too much for what it is giving in terms of upgrade. This could be probably a DLC edition with the things they've added and rebalanced. But for yearly installment, I'd say it's good. Probably 8 out of 10. Played it on PlayStation last year and it was good. Is Oscar worse than Latifi in the Canada save? No, Latifi is worse for sure. The thing is, we could develop Latifi quicker because we could put points directly into braking, and braking had more of an effect. Can't do that here, so it seems like Piastri is worse due to that. But I'm pretty sure Latifi would be a worse choice. I think we can actually run these mediums on aggressive to the end, so we're going to try and do that for Piastri here. Try and get him a little bit further up the pack. For Norris here, we are going to be fighting with 5th for Ocon most likely. Alonso is now pitting, but he's going to for sure just rocket ship past us again. So I'm not counting him into the fight or anything like that. Local man bankruptcy team, yeah. I return Hulk's fastest lap, of course. Piastri has been having some bad luck though too. That's the problem with running in the back. There's a lot of error-prone drivers to begin with, and when you get thrown into the mix as well, then you're gonna have a lot of damage to your car, just as a prerequisite of being there. I haven't tested it, Aka. I'm planning on using the driver stats editor that is currently on Reddit to test out driver stats, see how they affect each other. Probably going to do it in practice because there's no confidence there to, cause any problems with drivers, having different confidence levels. But for now, I don't know. Smoothness is definitely a lot more valuable than last year. I'll let you know that. Chosen one has returned. Josh Sean is still waiting for his Mercedes ride. Right? Yeah. Honestly, if you take any more of Piastri's engines, I'm going to be pissed because he's already crashed twice this race. Norris crashed out in Japan. Piastri crashed last race too, I believe. So yeah, it's not been a good few races here, I'll be honest. Now Ocon is kind of pushing aggressively as well, so we are kind of in trouble there. And I'll try and remember to turn off the top up this time, because he's going to be getting a DRS ride from Alonso, so 6th here is probably the best we can hope for, unfortunately, with that. Bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Really wish we could just order Piastri to ignore blue flags. And he's actually about to get lapped by his teammate, so we'll see if that happens before the end of this race. I did tell Oscar that I don't care about the cost cap, as you can see. I could turn him on high, but there's not caring about the cost cap, and there's but the thing is, before I need to just make sure that I get this as clear as possible. Before we don't care about the cost cap, we want one more research in with the last ATR period. After that, the cost cap is not a concern no more. But before that, it is a concern. And also, now that I think about it, we do kind of want to have some money for the start of next season. Not necessarily for development, but for picking our engine manufacturer. So, yeah, there are sprints now. There's 6 sprint events. This was one of them. Norris is catching up to Ocon though, so we could have a bit of a good little finish here. Medium's kind of starting to fall off. Haas kind of taking over. Now, with Alonso, we could actually get Alonso too. His softs are going to be pretty bad. But again, it's just 7/10, and we have 2 laps to catch him. So that's going to be probably a bit more difficult, honestly. But engine manufacturer I have in mind, honestly, Red Bull is still probably the best engine manufacturer in terms of just pure performance, so you might pick them. But we'll have to see here what we actually end up doing. Now, Piastri is actually going to get lapped, which is a bit sad. Should probably push fuel a bit earlier too. But I don't think we would have caught Alonso with it, honestly. Yeah, I know. I should have burned the fuel a bit earlier. That's on me.
And Sainz crosses the line first. He's taken the win.
There we go. 5th place. Not bad, honestly. It's more than
Nice to check a
acceptable.
flag.
Would have been a 7th though if Verstappen and Leclerc didn't commit a little bit of violence. So that is fine.
What a remarkable drive by Lando Norris today.
I changed to Ferrari, but I'm beginning to like the Mercedes one. Well, I do enjoy watching the game at times too, but if we did, seasons would take forever. We did win the fast pit stop here again. Red Bull is catching up to us though, and again, the main challenge you're actually going to have with winning the pit stop challenge in season 2 is the aptitude of your sporting director. Like, that is actually the cap that is going to decide that. So keep that in mind. We also did have a little bit of an error here for Norris. If we didn't, potentially we could have caught Lando, maybe. But again, it's a what if, so it's not a big one. Did get a decent chunk of money here. Performance targets, the finish position streak, reach Q3. Didn't get fastest lap, but that's fine. That's fine. Is Lara Croft related to David Croft? I don't know. Piastri hits 80 rating. Progress. Piastri gets hit twice, levels up through the power of pure rage. So once again, we're gonna have to put him on the the engine protecting chassis, and I think we are already manufacturing a new one, but we are kind of falling back with all the damage we're picking up. So let's just double check. We are manufacturing a chassis. Gonna make a couple of front wings here. I should actually check what I'm looking at for the cost per pair. 3.4 million. Okay. So we're very close to getting in trouble. Rear wing looking good. Sideboards good. Yeah, we're good. We just need to get a couple more chassis out, which is going to cost us $1 million. So yeah, breaking cost cap after Mexico is going to be very, very likely. We might have a little bit of a problem there, as you can see. Chassis destroyed. 2 of them. And apparently we destroyed 2 front wings too. So, not the best, not the worst. BKK, thank you again. You mad man. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Let's go, Oscar. Haters gonna hate. Okay, so Oscar stays at least 1 more season with all those memberships if you really want him that much. Yeah. No, I enjoy streaming, so don't worry. Thank you for being so generous, BKK. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. What's going on? BKK decided to open his wallet and give some more memberships, like the madman that he is. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know what actually Piastri leveled up in here. But it is starting. His control stat, I think, actually went up by a couple of points. Did it? I don't even know. We're gonna have to see once we get to the end of the month. But as I said, I'm probably gonna have to end it here. Unfortunately, I am getting a bit hungry, and we have been going for a while. I will be back streaming tomorrow, probably around the same time. We're also gonna approve this investigation, which is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem because we can't start that new project until this is finished. So with the calendar. We're gonna have to do 2 GPs here now without spending 3 million if we do this. So what we could do here is deny this, and I'm actually curious to see what actually happens if we fail and the chance of the problem worsening. So I want to do this. We're gonna deny the investigation. We're gonna see what the negative costs here potentially are. So yeah, just gonna get ready for Mexico. We'll be starting up next time around. Vesti, to the man who was curious about him, we'll also have a quick look. Lacking cornering, decent braking and reactions, accuracy and control on average, lacking a little bit of smoothness, but generally pretty balanced stats except for the smoothness, the cornering, and the pretty high braking. So he should actually be pretty good. So not a bad driver to pick up, to be fair. But yeah, we'll see if that problem actually ends up, as I said, worsening for the next time around. Meki's 2 months of his contract left as well. He's being paid $1 million. So we might try and pick him up next weekend, because since it's a race weekend, he's not interested. Because again, he has very high aptitude. It would be a pretty big gain here. Processes, you could wish he was higher, but it is what it is. He should be higher, so I believe that he is still 92 and this is somehow a loss in some way. I don't know. That's a bit weird. It shouldn't be that low. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed, and thank you once again to BKK for being very generous with the stream. Thank you a lot. Hope you all have enjoyed, and hope to see you all next time. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Guides will come out when they come out. They can come out at any kind of time of day. The AlphaTauri speedrun is going to come out around the same time each day. I'm going to try that at least, so that there's at least some consistency on that front. And yeah, hope you enjoy. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank you all for being here, chatting, keeping me company. And hope to see you around next time. Bye-bye.